But we know that 8 people have lost their lives in this attack. Still waiting for more details on the story about what really happened. But what we know is that gunmen have opened fire at Pakistan's Gwadar port and 8 people have been killed. Now this is Pakistan's Gwadar Port Authority Complex area, and this is in Balochistan. So right now we're still waiting for more details to come in about what really took place. Now remember that Gwadar is located near the Strait of Hormuz, which is a crucial oil shipping route in the Arabian Sea. And this is a very important port because it is very important to the multi-billion CPEC, which is the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. Now this area also encompasses roads and energy projects. So this is a very, very important area in Pakistan. And not just that, viewers, we are seeing that this coming in as we have seen multiple updates coming in when it comes to these kind of attacks in the past by terrorist groups in Pakistan, which has been increasing. And viewers, let's move ahead to the story of tracking right now. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister MK Stalin released the DMK manifesto while the party also announced a list of candidates for the Lok Sabha elections. Now, MP and MK Stalin's sister Kanimoi and other party leaders were also present at the event in Chennai that DMK promised statehood for Puducherry and a ban on NEET, CAA, UCC, among others, in its manifesto.
The DMK is continuing with its anti-India, anti-Bharat rhetoric, which dangerously and shockingly is now finding place in its poll pitch or poll manifesto, where they have clearly made some promises, or rather clearly planning to make certain promises as their poll pitch, which are secessionists in nature and which are against and inimical to India's national security.
क्या DMK कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को चेंज करना चाहता है क्या? उसको कांग्रेस सपोर्ट करता है क्या? कांग्रेस का स्टैंड क्या है? डीएमके मैनिफेस्टो के बारे में कांग्रेस का स्टैंड क्या है? नेशनल इंटीग्रिटी को खत्म करना चाहता है?
Firstly, I must point out, nobody should call it as controversial manifesto. It's a manifesto discussed at all levels by DMK, and finally they presented the manifesto to the public. Formally today, the Chief Minister, the DMK Chief, has presented the manifesto. And yes, they have raised several issues which need to be addressed.
Basically, it is the manifesto of DMK. It is not the manifesto of India. DMK is an ally of India, and there should be a common minimum program of India. But there are certain promises made by DMK in its manifesto which may be appreciated. As far as CA is concerned, Citizenship Amendment Act and Uniform Civil Code, all these issues are controversial issues, and most of the opposition parties have been opposing both the issues. As far as Pondicherry is concerned, if there is any statehood is given to Pondicherry, what is wrong in it? As far as according to this manifesto, governor should be appointed in consultation with the chief minister. It has been the convention of the country. Whether any government, BJP government, Congress government follows it or doesn't follow it, governor should always be appointed in consultation with the chief minister. If governor and chief minister, they both have cordial relationship, only then you can run any state in a better way. As far as certain promises are concerned, which are very appreciated, as I told you, and some issues may be regarding people of the Tamil Nadu, it may be between DMK and Anna DMK. That is the reason I am saying that there should be a common minimum program as far as India is concerned.
Well, let's go to Aneri, who's joining us right now. Aneri, I'm coming across to you, and what we see is, one more controversy, because this manifesto has certain certain things, like they are saying that there could be a ban on NEET, CA, UCC, among others, in its manifesto. And not just that, we have seen how MK Stalin in the past has expressed that the state would need better funds, and he's always highlighted state funds, creating an issue out of it in the past. Take us through what the manifesto says, and what kind of resonance is the Tamil Nadu CM MK Stalin trying to get with the people of Tamil Nadu?
Well, definitely, Shivangi. Now, this manifesto of the DMK has created a lot of controversy in the state of Tamil Nadu ahead of the Lok Sabha polls, because now that the DMK's poll manifesto says that they will not be implementing CA, UCC, and also at the same time they have said that they would be banned. They would put a ban on NEET. Remember, due to NEET exams, we have been seeing that there are a lot of student suicides which have been happening, and that is the reason why, one big reason where DMK promises to put a ban on NEET, whereas also at the same time the manifesto also talks about implementing Tamil as an official language, statehood for Puducherry, removal of toll tax, removal of 321, and also we have been seeing the main important point here is that they will not be implementing UCC and CA. So definitely a lot of, because remember the CA just sometime back, a few days back only was announced, the rules for CA were announced, and now that we see that just ahead of the elections, as Tamil Nadu goes to polls on the first phase, that's on the 19th of April, we will be seeing Tamil Nadu going to polls, and just ahead of that, we are seeing a controversial manifesto which has been put out by the DMK, whereas the opposition parties and also the BJP has now questioned the DMK over its manifesto and says that this is nothing but appeasement, and that is what the DMK is trying to do. But also at the same time, a lot of things which the DMK has also put forth is that many of the many other things they have come up with, but many also seem to be very controversial. Few of them being ban on NEET, removal of toll gates, removal of 321, statehood for Puducherry, and non-implementation of CA and UCC in the state of Tamil Nadu.
All right, thank you for joining us with all the details coming in, Aneri. Let's move ahead to the other story we're tracking on Republic TV. And what we see right now is that a war of words has erupted between Tamil Nadu Chief Minister MK Stalin and Union Minister Shobha Karandlaje over her remarks linking people from Tamil Nadu to the Rameshwaram cafe blast. While Stalin condemned her remarks and sought legal action against her, Karandlaje has now not only issued an apology but has also hit back, claiming appeasement politics by Stalin. All right, let's go to Prajwal, is joining us right now. And Prajwal, I'm coming to you at this point of time, and what we see is a war of words which has erupted. And you are saying that at this point of time, even though we have seen a war of words, we see that Shobha Karandlaje has come out with an apology. But is Tamil Nadu CM MK Stalin, has he replied on the apology? Are they satisfied with Karandlaje's apology in this matter?
You know, initially the DMK went ahead and filed a complaint at a cyber police station in Madurai, and after which they were not happy with the sort of apology which came on the social media platform X by Shobha Karandlaje, and therefore they went one step ahead and also filed a complaint with the State Election Commissioner. One of their organizing secretaries, R.S. Bharti, also went ahead and addressed a complaint to the Chief Election Commissioner as well, stating that Shobha Karandlaje will have to be booked under sections 123A and 125 of the People's Representative Act because she is trying to spread enmity between the people of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, and the law and order situation as it is delicate because of the Kaveri issue, and we do not want this to worsen further because both the people of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu are like brothers and sisters, and therefore they should not be doing so. So it looks like the DMK will not let this off anytime soon as well, because they are also going to go ahead and take this to the court, because already there has been a complaint filed as well. So going through these sections and also going through these video clips where Shobha Karandlaje has spoken to in this particular regard will also have to be sought, and definitely Shobha Karandlaje will also have to appear before the court and also go on and to give a reply to. So this will not die down anytime soon. Stalin also sensing an opportunity now because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going ahead with the big South push as well, and he knows how important Tamil Nadu is because with Annamalai leading Tamil Nadu and at the helm of affairs for the BJP party in Tamil Nadu state as well, they know that how crucial it could be, and Annamalai could also turn the tide in the favor of the BJP party. And with Prime Minister Narendra Modi now and then going again and conducting rallies and campaigns too, and the recent Coimbatore rally has definitely rattled the Tamil Nadu cadres of the DMK, and therefore sensing an opportunity, they are going all out guns blazing against Shobha Karandlaje, and this legal tussle will definitely go on to the court too. And Shobha Karandlaje says that she is prepared despite going ahead with an apology. They are going ahead and trying to stoke this issue now and again as well, but she also hit out stating that because the Stalin government has gone soft on anti-social elements, there has been a severe law and order collapse even in Tamil Nadu, just like in Karnataka. Shivangi.
Right, thanks for getting us all the details coming in, Prajwal. Prajwal getting us top updates coming in, where we see one more big controversy which has erupted at this point of time. And what we see right now is that this controversy has erupted with an apology. Now, thank you so much for coming in right now, Prajwal. I'm taking a very short break as we keep getting our viewers top updates on the biggest story tonight. Big suspense over Sadananda Gowda's next move. Will the BJP discard jump the ship to Congress now? Union Minister Karan Laje issues apology after backlash over Tamilians. Remarks Stalin files complaint with the EC.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
इस्तीफा तो मैं भेज चुका हूं। साथियों, कल एनडीए गठबंधन के द्वारा बिहार में 40 लोकसभा सीटों के
कुछ लोग सोचते हैं कि हमारे स्टार्टअप सिर्फ टैक्स स्पेस तक ही सीमित है, लेकिन मुझे खुशी है कि आज एग्रीकल्चर, टेक्सटाइल, मेडिसिन, ट्रांसपोर्ट, स्पेस, इवन मैंने देखा योगा में स्टार्टअप शुरू हुए। देश के नौजवानों ने जॉब सीकर से ज्यादा जॉब क्रिएटर बनने का रास्ता चुना है। और फिर जब देश ने स्टार्टअप इंडिया अभियान शुरू किया तो देश के युवाओं ने दिखा दिया कि वो क्या कुछ कर सकते हैं। आज भारत दुनिया का तीसरा बड़ा स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम है। आज भारत दुनिया का तीसरा बड़ा स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम है। 2014 में जहां देश में कुछ 100 स्टार्टअप भी नहीं थे, आज भारत में करीब 1.25 लाख रजिस्टर्ड स्टार्टअप्स हैं। आप सभी इस बात के गवाह हैं कि आज का युवा अब डॉक्टर, इंजीनियर के साथ साथ एक इनोवेटर बनने का सपना, अपने स्टार्टअप का सपना भी देखने लगा है। ये मैं समझता हूं उसके पास जो टैलेंट है या जो उसकी ट्रेनिंग है, स्टार्टअप के माध्यम से वो एक नए क्षेत्र में प्रवेश कर रहा है। आज मैं देखता हूं कि कैसे युवा अपने स्टार्टअप के दम पर अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में छाए हुए हैं। और मुझे तो पक्का विश्वास है कि 2019 का जब चुनाव आएगा ना, उस समय कम से कम 1000 स्टार्टअप ऐसे होंगे जिसकी सेवाएं पॉलिटिकल पार्टियां लेती होगी।
Incident which triggered tension in Badaun in UP. Now, 2 minor brothers, but they were killed by a local barber. Very horrific incident. Now, this happened at their home on Tuesday night. Sajid, a local barber, allegedly hacked 2 boys to death and critically hurt a third in an axe attack. Here is a full report on where the investigation in this case stands.
On Tuesday, a salon owner barged into the house of his neighbor and killed 2 minors aged 30 and 6. The accused attacked the minors with a sharp knife. Mother of the duo got the shock of her life when she saw clothes of the accused drenched with blood. The blood of her 2 beloved kids. The accused did not stop there. He tried to kill the 8-year-old sibling as well, but the minor escaped with injuries. Soon after the incident, a crowd gathered and set a few shops on fire, demanding action against the accused.
Around 7:30, this guy went inside the house, climbed up the stairs, went to the rooftop where the kids were playing, and then he stabbed them. 2 of them got dead there only. The third one was also attacked, but he somehow ran away. Then this guy came down and he wanted to flee.
The double murder has left the nation in shock.
Here you can see the visual of this incident, and right now the body is being taken from this very place where that murder took place, and the victims' family members along with that ambulance are going from here. And if you see what has happened last evening, that one person has entered inside this house and tried to kill all 3 brothers. But what has happened, that 2 brothers, both the minors, one 11-year-old and another 6-year-old, got killed in that incident. And after that, the police was being alerted, and then the police rushed to the spot. And then what we saw over here, that the heinous crime which took place at this very place was being done in because there have been some conflicts which have been going on between both the parties. But we have been trying to speak to the police officials, and they have been saying that the matter is still the investigation in the matter is still going on. So right now they are not able to comment that what actually led to the incident.
The family who lost their young sons is inconsolable.
Right now we are in UP's Badaun district, where that unfortunate gory incident took place last evening. Right now I'm joined by grandmother of both the kids who got murdered yesterday last evening. अच्छा, मुझे ये बताइए दादी माँ, क्या हुआ कल, कैसे क्या हुआ?
पता तो इसकी मम्मी को, मम्मी इसकी बता रही थी, वो आया बोला कि भाभी हमारी पत्नी की डिलीवरी होने को है, महिला अस्पताल में भर्ती है, 2-3 घंटे का टाइम दिया है, मैं 2-3 घंटे टाइम काटूंगा यहाँ, अब कुछ पैसे की जरूरत है, थोड़ा प्रतिबंध कर दो। मेरा लड़का रहता नहीं था, बाहर काम करता था, इन्होंने फोन किया तो लड़का हमारा बोला दे दो 5,000 रुपए, कल दे देगा। परेशानी तो हर किसी को रहती है, कोई बात नहीं है। 5,000 रुपए दिए तो बहू बोली कि लाओ भैया, जब तुम परेशान हो कोई बात नहीं, मैं चाय बना रही हूँ, चाय पी के तब जाना। बोले 2 घंटा को, हाँ बोले तो ऊपर चले जाओ, ऊपर आराम कर लो, दिमाग ना सही है। तब तक मेरे आयुष को ले गया, आयुष मेरा काट डाला, हमें पता ही नहीं चला।
You see the ground situation over here. I was just speaking to the grandmother of the deceased, and she was just saying that it was a very gory situation when the accused tried to con them and said that he wanted some money to help her ailing wife who's in hospital right now. And then he entered inside this house, and then from here onwards he moved towards the stairs side. I would like to request my Vijay to move forward and show you the visual of the ground zero. Here you can see, so this is the ground floor right now, and towards my right here you can see the visuals of the mother of the deceased over there. She's just lying over there right now, and everyone is consoling at this grim situation. The neighbors and family members and relatives are over here at this very point in this house. And if you see towards my right, this is the first floor. I'm moving towards the first floor. This is the first floor area where the parlor is there. So the accused came over here towards this side through parlor, and here you can see towards my left the blood stains on this wall. So these blood stains completely reflect the situation, how basically the entire situation was planned by the accused, and he tried to move from the second floor towards the ground floor after doing the misconduct.
दुकान से वो आके मुझसे बोला भाभी मुझे पैसों की जरूरत है। मैंने उसे 5,000 रुपए दिए, रख लिए उसने। रख के वो चला गया, बोला मेरी वाइफ की डिलीवरी हो रही है मर्दान जनानी अस्पताल में, और मुझे 9-9:30 बजे का डिलीवरी का टाइम है, पैसे हैं नहीं। वो जाबिद ले गया है, जाबिद यहीं था, वो इधर उधर कर दिया था। जब इसने आया हमारे घर पे तब जो यहीं था, उसके बच्चों से ही लाता, बच्चे उससे खूब हित प्रेम करते हुए साथ में चला गया हमारा पार्लर देखने। वो वहाँ खड़ा रहा, वहाँ से लेके फिर उसे चला गया ऊपर जाके उसने गेट बंद कर लिया और उसे बड़े को मार दिया और फिर छोटे को भी मार दिया।
The mother of Sajid, the accused, said that her son got what he deserved.
दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है, घर से तो कोई कलेशबाजी थी नहीं, खाई रोटी सुबह ही आ जाते हैं काम करने को, शाम को कभी 9 बज जाते, कभी 10 बज जाते, ऐसे पहुंच जाते।
तो कब आए थे ये दुकान पे?
कल सुबह 7 बजे आए।
तो इनके कोई टेंशन थी, कुछ पता लगा आपको?
कोई टेंशन नहीं थी, घर में लड़ाई दंगा होती जब भी टेंशन होती।
अच्छा,
खुशी से खा के घर से निकले। अब यहाँ आके क्या पता क्या हुआ।
ये कब से दुकान कर रहे हैं यहाँ?
दुकान तो बहुत दिनों से चला रहे हैं यहाँ पे।
अच्छा, यहाँ के बारे में कुछ बताते थे क्या?
हमें कुछ नहीं बताते।
But politics over the same refuses to die down.
2 भाइयों की तो जान चली गई ना, क्या उनके भाइयों की जान नहीं बचाई जा सकती थी? और पुलिस पहले से काम करती थी। न केवल वो, बल्कि घटना से पहले आप याद कीजिए देवरिया वाली घटना। देवरिया की जब घटना हो गई, विपक्ष ने सवाल उठाया, परिवार के लोगों ने सवाल उठाया कि प्रशासन की नाकामी थी। तो बताओ 30 अधिकारियों को उन्हें सस्पेंड करना पड़ा था। 30 अधिकारी सस्पेंड हुए थे। ऐसी कई घटनाएं हैं जहां घटना होने के बाद सरकार ने कार्रवाई की, अधिकारियों को हटाना पड़ा।
ऐसा बीजेपी वाले हमेशा चुनाव के वक्त हिंसा करवाते, ऐसा बीजेपी वाले हमेशा चुनाव के वक्त हिंसा करवाते।
बराइयों की घटना हैरान करने वाली है, रोंगटे खड़े कर देने वाली है, बहुत दुख उत्पन्न करने वाली है। लेकिन ऐसी घटना पर समाजवादी पार्टी घटिया राजनीति पर उतर रही है, घटिया राजनीति करके व्यर्थ के आरोप कर रही है। जबकि सच ये है, योगी आदित्यनाथ सरकार ने ऐसे किसी भी मामले में पूरी कठोरता से कार्रवाई करने का हमेशा उदाहरण दिया है।
कानून को अपने हाथ में उत्तर प्रदेश में लेने की कोशिश की है, उसको बख्शा नहीं गया है। इस साजिश ने भी कानून को अपने हाथ में लेकर के जिस ढंग से निर्मम हत्या उसने की थी उसकी, और पुलिस के ऊपर भी उसने अटैक किया ऐसा कहा जा रहा है, जिसके कारण उसकी इनकाउंटर में मृत्यु हुई।
The reason for the double murder is under investigation. But anything now cannot reverse the pain that the mother of the two young kids is going through. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bopa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bopa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1
This is Times Past 50. I'm Shivangi Shakal. Let's get started. Nominations have begun to be filed in the first phase of the general elections from today after the Election Commission of India issued a notification. The polling in these PCs is in phase 1, will take place on April 19th. AIDMK released its first list of 16 candidates for the Lok Sabha elections. In the AIDMK alliance, DMK will contest in 5 seats, SDPI in 1 seat and 1 more seat for the other parties. DMK released a manifesto for the upcoming Lok Sabha elections in the presence of Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin, DMK MP Kanimoi and other party leaders. DMK Chief M.K. Stalin said that the special schemes for Tamil Nadu are given in this manifesto. 2 days after she resigned from the post of Telangana Governor and Puducherry Lieutenant Governor, Tamilisai Soundarajan rejoined BJP today. Lok Sabha MP from Assam Barpeta Abdul Khalik has withdrawn his resignation. He has recently resigned from the Congress party. Earlier today, he met Congress Parliamentary Party Chairperson Sonia Gandhi and said that the Congress is working to change the anti-people BJP government. Suspended Bahujan Samaj Party leader and Amroha Lok Sabha MP Danish Ali joined the Congress party in Delhi. This comes a day, in fact, a few days after he met Sonia Gandhi and sought her blessings. Jana Adhikar Party Chief Papu Yadav has joined the Congress party and merged his party with it. On merging his party with the Congress, Papu Yadav said it was the blessings of Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi. A Congress Manifesto party leader Pramod Tiwari said that 2004 will be repeated again and said that it will be difficult for the BJP to cross even 150 seats. According to sources, Swami Prasad Maurya may rejoin Samajwadi Party. The party may give him ticket to contest the Lok Sabha polls. Apart from this, SP can also make Varun Gandhi a candidate. Mr. Hardeep Puri has written to Chief Election Commissioner complaining against Rahul Gandhi's anti-Shakti remark during his rally. Puri said that Rahul Gandhi insulted Nari Shakti and hurt the religious sentiments of a lot of people. Union Minister Shobha Karandlaje has now triggered a controversy after linking Tamil people to Bengaluru cafe blast, saying that the people trained in Tamil Nadu planted bomb at the cafe. After backlash, she issued an apology, saying the remarks made to shine light and not to cast shadows. DMK files a complaint with the Election Commission over Union Minister Shobha Karandlaje's Tamil Nadu remarks. CM Stalin slams the BJP for doing divisive politics, says BJP is trying to divide Tamilians and Kannadigas. Uddhav Sena leader Sanjay Raut ignited controversy after comparing Prime Minister Modi to Aurangzeb. He said that Aurangzeb was born in a village which is next to where PM Modi was born, unlike Shivaji Maharaj, who was born in Maharashtra. On Mahagathbandhan seat sharing, Bihar Deputy CM Vijay Sinha said that the Mahagathbandhan is not a natural alliance. He called the parties corrupt and said that dynastic people are moving ahead with a negative agenda. BJP leader Dr. Rajesh Mishra has filed nomination from Sindhi parliamentary seat in the presence of Madhya Pradesh CM Mohan Yadav and BJP leader Prahlad Singh Patel. Prime Minister Nishat Pramanik has condemned the attack on his convoy and said that such incidents are repeatedly carried out by TMC and Congress. He termed the attack pre-planned and added that TMC goons attacked the convoy with weapons. TMC leader Shashi Panja accused the BJP of starting pre-poll violence in West Bengal and said that the Election Commission should look into this. She further said that most of the candidates in BJP's list have criminal charges against them. Reacting to attack on Nishat Pramanik's convoy being attacked, Bharatiya Janata Party MP Shantanu Thakur said that Cooch Behar is a sensitive area and Election Commissioner should increase security there. Delhi High Court has sought the response of ED on a plea moved by Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal. Kejriwal has challenged the ED summons issued to him. The next hearing will be on April 22nd. Supreme Court lawyer Jayanant Dehadrai has filed a defamation case against Mahua Moitra. Some news agencies and internet intermediaries were carrying out defamatory statements made by Moitra against him. Dehadrai said that he wants these remarks to be removed. PM Modi will pay a state visit to Bhutan tomorrow. Now the Prime Minister will discuss bilateral relations between the two countries with Bhutan's King and Prime Minister. A case of double murder in UP's Budaun has now shocked the nation. 2 minors were killed by a salon owner who barged into their house and asked their mother for money. District Magistrate of Badaun has ordered a magisterial inquiry into the encounter of accused sergeant and issued orders to send the inquiry report within 15 days. In the Badaun double murder case, police have retained the father and uncle of accused sergeant for questioning. The accused had slit the throats of the two brothers while injuring the third boy. Samajwadi Party MLA Shivpal Singh Yadav called the Badaun double murder case sad and added that the law and order situation in the state has failed under the BJP government. SP MP Ram Gopal Yadav said that BJP always provokes violence at the time of election. In the YouTuber and Big Boss OTT2 winner Elvish Yadav's case, Noida police has arrested 2 more accused names, Ishwar and Vijay. Elvish Yadav is accused of allegedly supplying snake venom to party revelers in Noida for recreational use. Member of National Students Union of India staged a protest against Agniveer scheme in Rajasthan's Bikaner. The NSUI members broke barricades, after which police lathi charged and later detained them. The police have also arrested some of them. The central government stood firm on its argument that Rohingya Muslims who entered the country illegally have no right to live in India and cannot be allowed to reside here. The centre also added that those who entered India illegally cannot be given the status of refugees. Income Tax Department conducted raids at Bengal Minister Arup Biswas's brother and TMC leader Swaroop Biswas's residence in Kolkata over tax evasion. The crackdown by IT department has been in connection with unaccounted wealth of 2 construction companies. At least 19 people, including 5 women and 9 children, have been killed in Israeli airstrikes over the refugee camp in central Gaza. With the latest operations, Palestinian officials have said that the total death toll in Gaza since the start of the war has now risen to 31,000 plus. Israeli military has released fresh footage showing how over 300 suspects were apprehended and dozens of terrorists eliminated during the operation at the Shifa hospital. Israel has launched the raid at Shifa hospital overnight, saying that Hamas had regrouped in the compound and was directing attacks from it. Israel has claimed a successful operation inside Gaza Shifa hospital that eliminated over 24 Hamas terrorists. This comes after the military revealed a tunnel leading to some underground rooms as well as weapons it said were found inside the hospital, assumed as those of Hamas operatives. And food parcels were airdropped in Gaza Strip by 2 planes amid continued food and humanitarian and aid shortages. The UN has been warning for famine conditions in the war-stricken Strip since aid transport by the road was stalled after recent escalation in the offensive by Israel. US State Department officials stated that Israeli plans of ground offensive in Rafah without a clear plan would be a disaster. Officials asserted that an operation in Rafah, where more than 1 million people are seeking refuge, would demand a credible plan that does not cause a civilian crisis. Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba said that the drone strikes inside Russia, particularly those targeting oil refineries, was direct consequences of Russian aggression against Ukraine. He added that if Putin had not stoked war, thousands of Russians would not be killed in Ukraine. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky thanked his allies as he announced a new defense package. He said that his priority would be to maintain sufficient stock of air defense, electronic warfare, and drones to present a formidable challenge to Russian forces. Briefing the Security Council, UN officials reported an increase in violence against civilians in Darfur and violations of arms embargo in war-stricken Sudan. Presenting the findings, they said that there were numerous violations of international human rights law and urged an end to sanctions for Sudanese government to better protect the civilians. After holding key talks with allies in Germany over the war situation in Ukraine, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin departs for the U.S. The U.S. vowed to continue the support in Ukraine's war efforts along with its allies. Pope Francis concluded his weekly audience by calling for peace in Ukraine and Middle East. The spiritual leader said that let us not forget war is always defeat. He further urged the faithful to pray for peace. Germany will now will in fact be avoiding and not attending the nuclear energy summit that is set to take place tomorrow as it switched off its last 3 nuclear reactors. Almost a year ago, world war leaders will meet to discuss the role of nuclear energy in addressing climate change and in enhancing energy security in the wake of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi met with the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese in Canberra. Wang's visit has come as relations continue to thaw after a tumultuous period under Australia's former government, in which trade measures were imposed on a raft of Australian products and security tensions was escalating around the region. Protesters clashed with Australian police outside the Chinese embassy in Canberra during Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi's visit for talks with Australian leaders. The protesters were carrying Tibetan and Uyghur flags and placards and shouting anti-China slogans. The gang there, the gang leader in Haiti, who is known as Barbecue, called on the population to march to the National Palace in defiance of the state of emergency that prohibits demonstrations. He was accompanied by heavily armed members of his G9 gang federation. Now, scores of people have been killed during the attacks and around 17,000 people have been left homeless. While campaigning in Nevada, President Joe Biden hailed the state's economic growth and promised further reforms if he wins a second term. Biden called for an infrastructure deal which would bring a remodel to the Vegas airport and the first high-speed train line from Las Vegas to Los Angeles. In Ohio's Republican Senate primary, Trump-backed businessman Bernie Moreno defeated 2 challengers. Trump had earlier praised his endorsed candidate as a warrior, and Moreno said that he wears with honor his endorsement from President Trump. New York City Mayor Eric Adams has been accused in a lawsuit of sexually assaulting a woman in 1993 in exchange for his help advancing her career in the police department. Adams, a Democrat, has denied the allegations, saying he does not remember ever meeting the women. Albania's Prime Minister was criticized by right groups after an apparent intimidating gesture towards a female journalist. The group said that the PM's behavior was unacceptable and added that it was not the first time that he had shown contempt toward critical press. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has announced a new innovation consortium to be hosted by the University of Texas to promote microchip research, design and innovation. He said that this initiative would pave a connection between higher education and technology. And top two US generals who oversaw the evacuation of Afghanistan as it fell to the Taliban blamed the Biden administration for the chaotic departure.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Good evening and welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, there is political tension. There is tension in Karnataka, specifically Bengaluru, over an attack on an innocent citizen for playing the Hanuman Chalisa in his shop. Now, what's wrong with playing the Hanuman Chalisa? What's wrong with a Hindu playing the Hanuman Chalisa within his premises? Is that not his right? Is that a crime today? Naturally, given the political overtones of such an incident, the BJP has picked it up before an election. Other parties say, why has the BJP made it political? Of course, issues that emerge in society will be discussed politically. Why should they not be? Should politics be done in a social vacuum? The issue is not why or whether the BJP has picked this up. The issue is rather why any Indian citizen should be brutally attacked, why a Hindu should be bashed up and beaten in Congress-ruled Karnataka for playing the Hanuman Chalisa in the first place. It's the Congress which has to answer, it's the state government which has to answer. Specifically is therefore of majority rights. Let's talk about it, ladies and gentlemen. Does the majority have rights? Do those people who believe in minority rights also believe in the rights of the majority? Do the rights to practice and propagate your religion in a way? I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bopa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio model. Niva Bopa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
And viewers, welcome back. It was an incident which has triggered tension in Badaun, UP, where two minor brothers were killed by a local barber at their home on Tuesday night. Sajid, a local barber, has allegedly hacked two boys to death and critically hurt a third in an axe attack. It's an incident which has shocked the nation. Here is where the investigation stands in this case.
On Tuesday, a salon owner barged into the house of his neighbor and killed two minors aged 30 and 6. The accused attacked the minors with a sharp knife. Mother of the duo got the shock of her life when she saw clothes of the accused drenched with blood. The blood of her two beloved kids. The accused did not stop there. He tried to kill the 8-year-old sibling as well, but the minor escaped with injuries. Soon after the incident, a crowd gathered and set a few shops on fire, demanding action against the accused.
Around 7:30, this guy went inside the house, climbed up the stairs, went to the rooftop where the kids were playing, and then he stabbed them. Two of them got dead there only. The third one was also attacked, but he somehow ran away. Then this guy came down and he wanted to flee.
The double murder has left the nation in shock.
Here you can see the visual of this incident, and right now the body is being taken from this very place where that murder took place, and the victim's family members along with that ambulance are going from here. And if you see what has happened last evening, that one person has entered inside this house and tried to kill all three brothers. But what has happened, that two brothers, both the minors, one 11-year-old and another 6-year-old, got killed in that incident. And after that the police was being alerted, and then the police rushed to the spot. And then what we saw over here, that the heinous crime which took place at this very place was being done in because there have been some conflicts which have been going on between both the parties. But we have been trying to speak to the police officials, and they have been saying that the matter is still the investigation in the matter is still going on. So right now they are not able to comment that what actually led to the incident.
The family who lost their young sons is inconsolable.
Right now we are in UP's Badaun district, where that unfortunate gory incident took place last evening. Right now I'm joined by grandmother of both the kids who got murdered yesterday last evening. अच्छा, मुझे ये बताइए दादी माँ, क्या हुआ कल, कैसे क्या हुआ?
पता तो इसकी मम्मी को, मम्मी इसकी बता रही थी, वो आया बोला कि भाभी हमारी पत्नी की डिलीवरी होने को है, महिला अस्पताल में भर्ती है, 2-3 घंटे का टाइम दिया है, मैं 2-3 घंटे टाइम काटूंगा यहाँ, अब कुछ पैसे की जरूरत है, थोड़ा प्रतिबंध कर दो। मेरा लड़का रहता नहीं था, बाहर काम करता था, इन्होंने फोन किया तो लड़का हमारा बोला दे दो 5,000 रुपए, कल दे देगा, परेशानी तो हर किसी को रहती है, कोई बात नहीं है। 5,000 रुपए दिए तो बहू बोली कि लाओ भैया, जब तुम परेशान हो कोई बात नहीं, मैं चाय बना रही हूँ, चाय पी के तब जाना। बोले 2 घंटा को, हाँ बोले तो ऊपर चले जाओ, ऊपर आराम कर लो, दिमाग ना सही है। तब तक मेरे आयुष को ले गया, आयुष मेरा काट डाला, हमें पता ही नहीं चला।
You see the ground situation over here. I was just speaking to the grandmother of the deceased, and she was just saying that it was a very gory situation when the accused tried to con them and said that he wanted some money to help her ailing wife who's in hospital right now. And then he entered inside this house, and then from here onwards he moved towards the stairs side. I would like to request my Vijay to move forward and show you the visual of the ground zero. Here you can see it. So this is the ground floor right now, and towards my right here you can see the visuals of the mother of the deceased over there. She's just lying over there right now, and everyone is consoling at this grim situation. The neighbors and family members and relatives are over here at this very point in this house. And if you see towards my right, this is the first floor. I'm moving towards the first floor. This is the first floor area where the parlor is there. So the accused came over here towards this side through parlor, and here you can see towards my left the blood stains on this wall. So these blood stains completely reflect the situation, how basically the entire situation was planned by the accused, and he tried to move from the second floor towards the ground floor after doing the misconduct.
कान से वो आके मुझसे बोला भाभी मुझे पैसों की जरूरत है, मैंने उसे 5,000 रुपए दिए, रख लिए उसने, रख के वो चला गया, बोला मेरी वाइफ की डिलीवरी हो रही है मर्दान जनानी अस्पताल में, और मुझे 9-9:30 बजे का डिलीवरी का टाइम है, पैसे हैं नहीं। वो जाबिद ले गया है, जाबिद यहीं था, वो इधर उधर कर दिया था। जब इसने आया हमारे घर पे तब जो यहीं था, उसके बच्चों से ही लाता, बच्चे उसे खूब हित प्रेम करते हुए साथ में चला गया हमारा पार्लर देखने। वो वहाँ खड़ा रहा, वहाँ से लेके फिर उसे चला गया ऊपर जाके उसने गेट बंद कर लिया, और उसे बड़े को मार दिया और फिर छोटे को भी मार दिया।
The mother of Sajid, the accused, said that her son got what he deserved.
दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है, घर से तो कोई कलेशबाजी थी नहीं, खाई रोटी सुबह ही आ जाते हैं काम करने को, शाम को कभी 9 बज जाते, कभी 10 बज जाते, ऐसे पहुंच जाते।
तो कब आए थे ये दुकान पे?
कल सुबह 7 बजे आए।
तो इनके कोई टेंशन थी, कुछ पता लगा आपको?
कोई टेंशन नहीं थी, घर में लड़ाई दंगा होती जब भी टेंशन होती।
अच्छा,
खुशी से खा के घर से निकले। अब यहाँ आके क्या पता क्या हुआ।
ये कब से दुकान कर रहे हैं यहाँ?
दुकान तो बहुत दिनों से चला रहे हैं यहाँ पे।
अच्छा, यहाँ के बारे में कुछ बताते थे क्या?
हमें कुछ नहीं बताते।
But politics over the same refuses to die down.
2 भाइयों की तो जान चली गई ना, क्या उनके भाइयों की जान नहीं बचाई जा सकती थी? और पुलिस पहले से काम करती थी। न केवल वो, बल्कि घटना से पहले आप याद कीजिए देवरिया वाली घटना। देवरिया की जब घटना हो गई, विपक्ष ने सवाल उठाया, परिवार के लोगों ने सवाल उठाया कि प्रशासन की नाकामी थी। तो बताओ, 30 अधिकारियों को उन्हें सस्पेंड करना पड़ा था। 30 अधिकारी सस्पेंड हुए थे। ऐसी कई घटनाएं हैं जहां घटना होने के बाद सरकार ने कार्रवाई की, अधिकारियों को हटाना पड़ा।
ऐसा बीजेपी वाले हमेशा चुनाव के वक्त हिंसा करवाते। ऐसा बीजेपी वाले हमेशा चुनाव के वक्त हिंसा करवाते।
बदायूं की घटना हैरान करने वाली है, रोंगटे खड़े कर देने वाली है, बहुत दुख उत्पन्न करने वाली है। लेकिन ऐसी घटना पर समाजवादी पार्टी घटिया राजनीति पर उतर आई है। घटिया राजनीति करके व्यर्थ के आरोप कर रही है। जबकि सच ये है कि योगी आदित्यनाथ सरकार ने ऐसे किसी भी मामले में पूरी कठोरता से कार्रवाई करने का हमेशा उदाहरण दिया है।
कानून को अपने हाथ में उत्तर प्रदेश में लेने की कोशिश की है, उसको बख्शा नहीं गया है। इस साजिश ने भी कानून को अपने हाथ में लेकर के जिस ढंग से निर्मम हत्या उसने की थी, उसकी और पुलिस के ऊपर भी उसने अटैक किया, ऐसा कहा जा रहा है, जिसके कारण उसकी इनकाउंटर में मृत्यु।
The reason for the double murder is under investigation. But anything now cannot reverse the pain that the mother of the 2 young kids is going through. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Big controversy as DMK promises no CA implementation, no UCC rollout in Manifesto. BJP hits out.
गाड़ी मर्डर कर दिया भाई, मेरे दोनों को मार दिया, पीयूष और आयुष और अन्नी को मार दिया.
Over Badaun horror, 2 minors brutally murdered, 1 critically injured in Uttar Pradesh's Badaun, accused killed in police encounter. Shock continues and politics as well. Opposition targets Yogi government. BJP says don't politicize. Union Minister Shobha Karandalaje issues apology after backlash over Tamilians' remarks. Stalin demands action. Muslim groups write to Election Commission to reschedule polling dates, claim inconvenience to Muslim voters. Prime Minister dials Ukraine President Zelensky and reiterates India's commitment to do everything within its means to support a peaceful solution. Good evening and welcome, friends, to this Wednesday edition of Burning Question Tonight. An interesting development, friends, that can't be missed. It's the season of political parties making promises through their manifestos because we have elections, of course. The ruling party in Tamil Nadu, Dravida Munnetra Kadagam, DMK, has released one today. I had to go through the contents twice and thrice to get the real import. The party wants to amend the Constitution of India in a manner that would make it unrecognizable from the way it was envisioned by the fathers of the Constitution. It talks of removing articles like 356, 361 and 321, some of the key provisions which help not only bring cohesion between the centre and the states, but also act like a binding glue between the Union of India and its federating units, guarding India's territorial integrity. DMK wants to chip at those building blocks, or so it seems. It would be dangerous had it not been the fancy of one regional party in one state of the country we call Bharat. Let's look at some of the fancy promises made by DMK in its manifesto through this package, and I come back to discuss.
As the Lok Sabha poll battle nears, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister MK Stalin has released his party's manifesto. From removing national education policy to banning NEET, and to elevating the status of Tamil as the official language and rolling back UCC and CAA, NT partner DMK's controversial manifesto for the Lok Sabha elections has raised eyebrows. While Stalin heaped praise on his sister Kanimoi for drafting the manifesto, the poll pitch has ensued a war of words. The BJP is calling the manifesto an anti-Bharat rhetoric.
स्टेट लैंग्वेज लिस्ट में तमिल भी है, 22 भाषा ऐसा लिस्ट में है, तमिल भी है, चिंता का विषय नहीं है. कब चुनाव आता है हमेशा भाषा विषय पकड़ करके वोट इकट्ठा करने के लिए डीएमके हमेशा कोशिश करता है.
Even the Congress has now tried to distance from the controversial manifesto.
DMK in its manifesto, which may be appreciated as far as CA is concerned, Citizenship Amendment Act and Uniform Civil Code, all these issues are controversial issues, and most of the opposition parties have been opposing both the issues. As far as Pondicherry is concerned, if there is any statehood is given to Pondicherry, what is wrong in it?
But the left is rallying behind the poll pitch.
Raise several issues which need to be addressed, and India, that is Bharat Union of States, then what happens to the rights, powers of the state governments? For instance, they have demanded so much CAA. Why at the time of elections the government is in hurry to notify and frame rules? They could have waited for the new Lok Sabha to come in.
As we approach the highly anticipated Lok Sabha polls, is this manifesto yet another attempt at appeasement politics? That is the burning question.
All right, welcome back. We have an all-South panel of senior journalist Prakash M. Swami leans towards the right and the BJP. We also have Chandan Gowda, professor of the Institute of Social and Economic Studies from Bengaluru. And we also have Pulla Rao, political analyst, leans towards the DMK. So I would want to begin with you, Pulla Rao. I was a little taken aback with the kind of manifesto that the DMK has come out. Do you find yourself in agreement with this document? And if yes, how much? Really?
There's nothing wrong. They've raised issues which they want. What is the manifesto for? Should there be a common manifesto?
I see separatism. Just to add, I see separatism. It is smacks of separatism. You are saying there is nothing wrong?
Hardly. I don't think so. If you have gone through the manifestos of the DK, the precursor of DMK, or the DMK for the last 70 years, there's nothing new. You're giving it greater scrutiny. You're giving it greater invention. You're giving it a new interpretation. Therefore, it looks like that, maybe in a different context. All these things which they mention in the manifesto were there for the last 70 years on Hindi and other things and powers of states. And secondly, the CAA is a recent addition to our law. They have a right to comment. They have a right to be, they used to be taken into consideration. They have a peculiar state composition of their population. They have to address that. Everyone cannot come forward with a union, with a one single.
How peculiar is the composition of the state, say vis-a-vis a Maharashtra or a Bihar or a Bengal or a Punjab, Pulla Rao, if I could ask?
No, there is.
That it says that you remove all toll gates from national highways. National highways are national assets.
No, there are peculiar population compositions in different states. What concerns Bengal, Assam, doesn't concern Andhra Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh. You didn't see people in Madhya Pradesh asking for a national register of citizens or elsewhere. Each state has its own problems. Maybe because of the language, maybe because of the fact it's a separate state. And therefore, their voice, what they felt,
what has toll booths on national highways to do with the language issue? Pulla Rao, for God's sake, are you connecting the dots properly? You know, national highways, it's what has language, religion, gender, etc. got to do with national highways? Toll booths provide the sustenance for good national highways, and you need those fantastic highways to grease your economy, right?
No, you need highways, you need infrastructure in proportion to your need. You don't need voodoo economics to overbuild something. Go to China and see. You know, if you want to go into economics, we have different economics.
National highways are voodoo economics? Pulla Rao, did you say national highways are voodoo economics?
It is voodoo economics when you go on building things which are not needed. I'm distracting the issue maybe, but all I say is that different issues come up at different times. And the DMK probably felt that these issues will find resonance with the people. That's the immediate need for them.
Chandan Gowda, you know, you are at an institute which studies both social and economic change. Would you agree with Pulla Rao that national highways are voodoo economics?
Abhishek, I remember this was not a new issue. Even 3 years ago, 3 years ago, they closed down several national toll booths because they were in violation of a rule. I can't claim to know this very well, that within 10 kilometers of a municipality, you can't have a toll booth. And so there were many number of toll booths. So there's something going on there. And if you remember in the manifesto, they explicitly say there's enormous corruption being practiced at the national toll booths. So we need to look into what precisely is bothering them about the national toll booths. And I can't claim to know any more than just this much at this point.
May I just add a sentence?
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, please, Pulla Rao, go ahead because I have to discuss some more important aspects of this manifesto, which I find little imbued with separatism.
No, let me add one sentence. As far as what the highways are doing is, they're charging huge tolls in some states and building all kinds of infrastructure disproportionate to the population in some states. They have number of toll booths. They just extract the money. Nobody can question them. And then they take this. And where are they building highway? Where are they building other super infrastructures? Shall I name the states and get into a very rancid argument? That's why I say it's voodoo economics. Voodoo economics was, it was decided long ago by
Prakash
US,
Swami.
that was economics.
See, first of all, DMK is not
Prakash
a
Swami,
party.
do you see dichotomy? Do you see,
issues.
Prakash Swami, listen to my question first, then you answer to Pulla Rao and Chandan Gowda.
Sorry.
Do you see a dichotomy that the manifesto says they will scrap CAA rules which provide citizenship to persecuted minorities, in the same breath says that Sri Lankan Tamils persecuted in Sri Lanka coming to India should be granted citizenship. There is in fact an assembly resolution in Tamil Nadu with the same DMK government seeking the same thing, right?
Okay. First of all, DMK is not a national party to comment on national issues like CIA and Uniform Civil Code. We want to clarify whether this is an NDA or, if NDA comments something, that's understandable. Or if the Congress comments something, is understandable. But DMK is contesting in 21 seats out of 500 plus. Remember, 21. In 21, you want the entire country to be changed. And whether you're sure that the Congress is going to support you in all these measures. Okay, let me ask you a question. You are part of the Congress government led by Sonia Gandhi for 10 years. Why didn't you remove the governor post? Why didn't you remove the Hindi imposition? What were we doing when you're part of Manmohan Singh government? And you're talking about tolls. T.R. Balu was the transport minister in NDA Vajpayee government. Did he not agree to it? See, just because you are in a state, running a state, and you are now worried about the drug scandal casting a shadow on the coming elections, they are talking about who prevented you from reducing the petrol price. Do you want central government to come and tell you, reduce 200 rupees in petrol price? See, you people are not fools. People are no
That's
longer
voodoo
idiots.
economics. That's
They can
actually
see
voodoo
two
economics,
things.
not national
They
highways,
see
Pulla
two
Rao.
things.
Promising
No,
petrol
they
and
see
diesel
two
for
things.
65 rupees is voodoo economics, not national highways that contribute to
Correct.
India's growth and prosperity. But Pulla Rao,
And DMK
Prakash
came to
Swami, let me
power
take it.
by
Let me
false
take it to more substantive parts of the manifesto, Prakash Swami. And Pulla Rao needs to be grilled a bit if he's really supporting these. Pulla Rao,
the DMK is always an anti-national,
is a sacred text.
anti-national
The
separatist
DMK
party.
says that Thirukural should be made a national book. Prakash Swami, hold on.
That is
Yeah,
because
of course,
Modi
it
is
is a regional
supporting
party, but it
Thirukural.
can have national aspirations, no problem. It's a
nothing
political
wrong.
party which is integral to Indian politics. If they have national ambition, why not? No problem with that. But then what they are promising is something which is disturbing, and that's why we are discussing this. So Thirukural, which is a
1,000
sacred
rupees to
Tamil
women
text,
all over
should be a
India.
national book, no
Remember,
problem. Absolutely. But the
rupees
same
to
DMK,
women all over
Prakash Swami,
India.
let me complete.
DMK
Pulla
is
Rao,
not contesting
I
beyond
want
Tamil
Pulla Rao
Nadu.
on screen. I want Pulla Rao on screen.
Beyond Tamil Nadu, they are not contesting.
I want Pulla Rao on.
Yeah, one
Okay,
second.
Pulla
One
Rao.
second.
Yes.
Can you see me? One second.
Upside down.
I can see you, but you're flipped. I think, yes, you have to flip. You have to flip right. Flip, yes,
Okay.
now better. Yes, you're fine. Pulla Rao, the question is, Thirukural is a sacred Tamil text. And the manifesto says it should be a national book. Granted, obviously it should be. But then, this is the same DMK which does not agree that Bhagavad Gita should be a national book. Whenever there is a demand, and there have been demands for Bhagavad Gita to be declared a national book, the DMK has been on the other side of the argument. So obviously there are double standards. Similarly, you are talking about removing national education policy. You only want Tamil education policy. You are talking about a Supreme Court bench in Chennai. I mean, what kind of soft separatism is this manifesto really talking about, Pulla Rao? Full of dichotomies, full of anachronisms, full of double standards.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thirukural is not a religious book. It's a philosophical book. It's like the old ancient Chinese books,
I said
Confucius, other
sacred
things.
text, yeah.
Yeah, it is a text. It doesn't connote for any religion. There's a lot of wisdom in it. I think the Prime Minister has
Tirukkural
quoted
talks
many
about
times
one
from
religion, which
Tirukkural.
is Hinduism.
So there's no problem. You can have, that is their view. What I'm trying to say is, why should you have one view? You don't like it, don't vote for them, oust them. That is their view. And they have mentioned other things. I think you should welcome it when they say they want it in a national thing. This shows their faith in the government of India, in a country called India, in the unity of India. They didn't say we want it exclusively here. I think you should welcome it when they've given it to the national table. All the other points.
No, they are saying, there is a problem, Chandan Gowda. There is a problem, Chandan Gowda, and let me elucidate on it. Let me sort of articulate it. Then you tell me whether you agree or not. It is couching soft separatism in legalese. They're trying to sound it innocuous, but it is not. For example, it says that abolish the office of the governor. It says abolish Article 321. It says abolish Article 356. Now, if you read these together, the three articles, the office of the governor, the Article 356, which allows for president's rule, and then Article 321, which talks about the jurisdiction of the Union Public Service Commission. It weakens the Union of India as we know it, Chandan Gowda. It can directly have consequences for India's territorial integrity and sovereignty, Chandan Gowda. This is dangerous, Chandan Gowda.
I would agree with you if they had asked for a separate army of their own. But really, if you think about it, what they're saying about the governor's matter is that the governor should be appointed in consultation with the chief ministers. They're not saying abolish the office of the governor. I read the manifesto.
Till the office of the governor is abolished.
No, I think they say they should be appointed in consultation with the state governments. I remember that sentence clearly. But on the question of the cancelling the article that allows for president's rule to dismiss a duly elected state government, that's again an important thing to discuss. Abhishek, I think that what this manifesto has done is very loudly put forward a few contentious issues that have been building up over the years. I don't think these are directed at just the current government. It is a response to how the office of the governor has been abused over time and how the president's rule can actually be an instrument for doing other kinds of things, right? It can violate the spirit of the constitution. And I really don't think anything being proposed here is separatist, Abhishek, because if you recall, the manifesto begins by saying...
Are you suggesting there is an overhang of the recent standoff that has happened between the incumbent governor and the chief minister on the manifesto?
In Kerala, and we've seen it happen across the country at different points in time. The governor is a tool of, who can intervene to create tensions. So it's not a non-conflictual relationship. More often than not, the central government uses the office of the governor to interfere in the state.
Prakash Swami, you agree with that? That the standoff between the incumbent governor and the chief minister could have led to these kind of provisions coming in the manifesto? These kind of promises coming in the manifesto, Prakash Swami?
See, there is a running feud between Tamil Nadu governor and the Tamil Nadu government. We all know that. But the Tamil Nadu governor insists on some probity. For example, yesterday he refused to sworn in Ponmudi as a minister, though Chief Minister's office wrote a letter, because he is not cleared. The conviction is only stayed. So they want a governor to act like a dog, like a pet animal, to do whatever they want to do. They were doing it when they were in power. They were treating the governors like a pet dogs. Now things are changing. It is no longer your Sonia Gandhi government in the center. It's a duly elected government in the center. Now you cannot play things with the governor. Now they're used to playing things with governor, kind of twisting the arms of the governor. There was a governor called Surjit Singh Barnala who will sign any papers of DMK government without questioning. They only want a governor who is submissive, who will toe the line. For example, how many promises did the DMK give in 2021 assembly elections are fulfilled? Did you give complete support to all the women? You're choosing the women in giving dole. You're choosing the women in allowing them in a free bus. You're talking of prohibition. We are opening more arak shops. One of the DMK MPs told that the previous ADMK government was responsible for more widows in Tamil Nadu because of arak shops and wine shops. Now you have doubled your wine shops and arak shops. Now the number of widows have reduced. So this is a gimmick. DMK's poll promises are never taken seriously. In 1967, they came to power promising 3 kilos of rice for 1 rupee. They could not even give 1 kilo of rice. People who know the history of DMK will know that empty promises are the hallmark of DMK poll promises.
You know, Prakash Swamy, since you mentioned 1967 election, Pulla Rao, I'll come to you, but let me frame it for you. 1967, because Prakash Swamy mentioned the election. 1967 is also the time that the DMK was burning, or the cadres at least were burning the copies of Constitution of India. In fact, in 1963, the Nehru government brought in or included secessionism as an anti-national act, partly, if not completely,
DMK was for
in response to activities of the DMK. Yeah, exactly. No, not in 1960s. There is a statement from A. Raja as late as 2013, where he is on record saying, please don't push us, otherwise we'll talk of Thani Nadu. So this is the Thani Nadu DNA really creeping in this manifesto, Pulla Rao.
No, I think the governor has made a spectacle of himself in the country. Every little issue he should have used his discretion. He should have used his job also. He goes to Supreme Court, has chastised him. He had to sign papers and send it back. Don't forget that I respect what Mr. Swamy has said, but the governor also is gone overboard. You don't pick fights with the state you govern. You try to find the common ground, middle ground. Do it behind curtains. There were other governors in Tamil Nadu who acted with very powerful chief ministers like Jayalalitha and Karunanidhi. And they held their place. You do it behind what the DMK is perhaps articulating is a governor should have some, maturity, a political background. You see, I tell you, there's a governor, this Kal Raj Mishra in Rajasthan. He's a hardcore BJP. Yet he never had a day's problem with Gehlot. Not one day's problem in Madhya Pradesh, in Orissa. Why is that? The governor's job itself is coming under criticism because of some governors. Why are the other governors getting along so well? Why is Kalraj Mishra there and nobody has pointed a finger at him? He was quite close to Gehlot. Gehlot never said he's a bad man.
You sidestepped my question, actually. You sidestepped my question. For example, you say that there would be no uniform civil code. But in the last 10 years, at least 5 times, the Supreme Court of India, the same Supreme Court which you are quoting, has said that uniform civil code should be there. It's part of our directive principles of state policy. It's been delayed.
That was a decade.
So why not respect the Supreme Court on uniform civil code, Pulla Rao?
The Supreme Court is not static, Mr. Abhishek. That was an earlier opinion of that bench of the Supreme Court. The present bench,
Supreme Court has said that UCC should be there as late as just about 4 months back.
No, it is in a very different context. If you want to go there, it's a very different context. And when you pass a law, you should see the law holds, that you show, that you bring people together. You don't divide them. That's what should be done by the body politics. They don't do that. It's not a way, you want to do something, bring all the people together. You want to do CAA, welcome. But draft the law carefully. Don't misdraft it and then have all this nonsense going on. You should have had a good draftsman. You mentioned various communities. Why not have better draftsmen? Why not bring better laws? You bring bad laws and then you defend them. You bring badly framed laws, let me say. Badly framed laws. We need security in the country. Nobody denies that. But you can't frame laws in such a way that stick on to them. But naturally, people get upset. The DMK is venting.
So you partly agreed that if the framing is good, maybe the uniform civil code can be brought in, right?
You have to frame it well. You have to discuss with people. The farm laws might have had some good, but they were passed through without
so in that case,
discussion.
you are sort of yourself disagreeing with DMK. But
no.
Okay, fair enough.
See,
Chandan Gowda, it's good that a regional party has national aspirations. It's good. It's a welcome thing. It's a welcome thing that a Tamil Nadu party is trying to cultivate a national vision. It talks about restoring the status of state to Jammu and Kashmir. It's talking about making Puducherry a state. I don't know whether there is actually a demand on the ground, but the DMK manifesto promises that. But the point is that the promises that are there in terms of changing the Constitution of India, some of them require 2/3 majority. Some of them really change the Constitution as we know it. Now, hypothetically assume that in the coming elections, the BJP gets 2/3 majority. They are saying 370 for them and 400 for the NDA alliance. If they change the Constitution in the manner they want, because they have the mandate, would the DMK, forget about the DMK, you as citizen of the country, Chandan Gowda, as an enlightened citizen of the country, respect the changes in the Constitution if they are made?
No, I mean, majoritarianism can never be accepted at face, as it is. That you have to look at what is being passed. I mean, it could be an excellent law, or it could be a draconian law. So, Abhishek, we can't, we'll have to look at it case by case. But just by the fact of having a majority in both the houses doesn't mean a free license to pass whatever you wish. And you're right, the DMK's manifesto should have probably had a tone of consultation, that they would like this to be discussed with everyone, etc., etc. But in this case, they're starting out as the weaker party, right? They're taking on this central government that's, saying it's already going to perform for the next 100 days in these ways, etc. So I don't know. It's a complex thing. I see what you're saying, that why are they being so definitive about what they will get through without suggesting a dialogue, etc. But it's a manifesto. And I think, they're saying where we stand on these matters, these are things we stand by. But no coalition can actually, just because of having a majority, can pass whatever it wants. It has to be a law that everyone thinks it has virtue, democratic virtues to them.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you so much, Chandan Gowda and Pulla Rao and Mr. Prakash Swamy for joining us. I would say on the issue of Office of the Governor, short of abolishing the Office of the Governor, maybe there is a point that the DMK is trying to make. We should have a debate on that. But then the soft separatism is something which needs to be taken head on. And that we'll continue to do even as we head into this election cycle. Thank you so much, friends, again for joining us. Short break. Trending burning question is on the other side.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bopa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bopa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
trending burning question, powered by Reva University, Century Club Prime, AMNS, Acco Insurance.
Well, the fragile state, ladies and gentlemen, in Pakistan is once again exposed. After taking oath, Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif's first action was to carry out a military attack in Afghanistan. This at a time when Pakistan's economy is in complete doldrums. Just a short while back, reports also came in of a terrorist attack at Gwadar port. This only makes it even more difficult for Pakistan, which is struggling with a financial crisis, and more importantly, the military here once again trying to dictate what it feels should be the agenda of the civilian government. That's a trending burning question, but up first, these are the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Well, in fact, let's just play out some of the details in the story that we've been tracking very closely, and then we'll begin the trending burning question.
Armed Baloch militants forcibly entered the Gwadar Port Authority complex, leading to over 10 bomb attacks and heavy exchange of firing. The Balochistan Liberation Army has claimed responsibility for this attack. So far, security forces have killed 8 people in an attempt to foil the attack. The Gwadar port is part of the ambitious China-Pakistan economic corridor in which China has heavily invested as part of its Belt and Road initiative. This is not the first time that Baloch groups have attacked the Belt and Road initiative. The attack came on the same day when Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif reaffirmed that they will no longer tolerate cross-border terrorism in Pakistan. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, in fact, the bigger question at this point in time is with regards to, is this how perhaps Pakistan essentially feels? Would they be in a position to tide over this entire crisis that they are facing at this point in time? We'll try and also go across to our guests who are joining in right now. In fact, Major General K.K. Sinha is joining us on this broadcast. General Sinha, in a short while from now, we'll also have our guest from Pakistan also joining in. General Sinha, at a time when Pakistan is in complete economic doldrums, in fact, they've once again gone with a begging bowl to the IMF. Very interesting situation has come up. One, they've not been able to pay off their debt. Perhaps the West will also be, in a situation where they'll try to control the economic help that is being provided to Pakistan, but that would be done in a manner that only helps the West. But at the same time, not being able to control the situation in Balochistan, or for that matter in Afghanistan, opening up a war with Afghanistan has only resulted in a situation where the things are going completely out of control.
Good evening and Jai Hind. See the Pakistan, when we see what is happening in its eastern front, all along the Durand line. Earlier, it was the Durand line, when it's facing with Afghanistan, when we are talking about what we have seen last few days, the way it has gone on the war, where the Pakistan, security forces are attacking by aerial attack into deep inside in Afghanistan. Now the border with Balochistan, which is also 1,000 kilometers, and basically it is with the Iran, bordering that area, Sistan area. The Baloch Liberation Front, Baloch Liberation Army, Jaise al-Adl and IKKP, the Islamic State of Khorasan province. they are all now in this place very active, what you have seen. And basically, it has got a tacit support by the, Afghanistan, basically with Taliban. And what you are seeing, it is a front which has opened up, and then I think, in my judgment and my analysis, Pakistan will not able to hold. You just can't do it on your complete Eastern Front. The depth which they used to talk about, the strategic depth of Afghanistan, is totally lost. And the same strategic depth is now actually hitting them so hard that they will not get the strategic depth, and the strategic depth is being created inside the Pakistan. When they are asking, one was, when we're talking Pakhtunistan, that is a different ball game which we are not talking today. When we are talking about the attack which has taken place in Gwadar. In this Gwadar, if you remember, in August 2023, Chinese engineers were hit in Gwadar. They were killed, 4 Chinese engineer nationals and 9 Pakistani soldiers were killed. And again it happened in the month of February, and now what you are seeing. So it is a very, very, different situations, and a very, very,
what I
difficult
don't understand,
situation for
General
Pakistan,
Shidab,
and Americans are now warning them. Yeah.
One perhaps cannot really rely on what the Americans have to say on this entire matter, given the fact that they would be in a pretty much comfortable situation if they see Pakistan in a complete unstable situation where they can actually control every possible step. That's the most ideal situation for the Americans. But for us, think about this. Even before you've been able to settle your domestic issues, you've opened up yet another front. With Afghanistan, the attack that was actually carried out against the Tehrik-e-Taliban, many would say that this is yet again a military establishment which has completely forgotten what's the priority, forcing the civilian government to toe the line, resulting in a situation that you are completely making yet another blunder.
I mean, why would you even imagine or assume that it's the Pakistani establishment who will want to toe its own line right after the incumbent government's, coming back to Islamabad? Because the fact of the matter is
what explains for us then what really explains opening up another front with the Afghans. The Afghans have made it abundantly clear that as far as their understanding of the Durand line, and more importantly the action that you have taken against those Afghans who have been residing in Pakistan for several decades put together, who are packed in trucks and were basically thrown out of the country, it has also resulted in a situation that you have completely destabilized your whatever little relations that you have had with the Afghans.
No, the point is that we have repeatedly been asking the government in Afghanistan, the Taliban government, to crack down on TTP hideouts which are operating from the Afghan soil. And we have made it very clear day in, day out that we will not allow any foreign soil to be used against Pakistan. And a fact which I wanted to mention earlier as well, it was the TTP infiltrators who attacked Pakistan's convoy, where we lost one of the senior military personnel, a lieutenant colonel, a major, and a captain on that attack, which served as a blow to the nation. Following which, Pakistani Air Force launched an attack in Afghanistan in 2 provinces. Now, this was a retaliatory attack. This was an attack which came after TTP infiltrators attacked Pakistan Army vehicle. Now, today's attack in Gwadar somewhat makes sense now, that how Pakistani launching attacks against TTP is witnessing a backlash, because again, there are sleeper cells within Pakistan as well. And when Pakistan decides to launch attacks across the border, somehow there was a time are activated.
For us.
That means Pakistan really has triggered some lines, and Pakistan was right in attacking TTP in Afghanistan because there is something going on. Yeah.
For us, you reap what you sow. you reap what you sow, and that's exactly what we are witnessing today in Pakistan. General Kejriwal, would you not agree that today Pakistan is essentially facing a backlash, as Faraz points out? I don't think so. This is exactly a backlash. This is a result of nurturing them for a very, very long time. The TTP-2, many would say, was an extension, was an extension of the military establishment in Pakistan at some point in time, allowing them to be nurtured. And today, when it has gone completely out of control, they say that, look here, the Afghans are essentially responsible. The Afghan Taliban is essentially responsible. So is it not a lesson for Pakistan?
See, you are asking a very pertinent question. Pakistan will never learn from this thing what happened. It is the Pakistan's doing. When they, actually created what they were, the East Pakistan, it became a Bangladesh. It is some moment, the same moment of 1971, now they are facing in their Eastern Front. What they were talking about earlier, their strategic depth, the Afghanistan, and what happened just year plus back, they were saying that, basically, humne gulami ki janjeerein kaat di, they were, taunting the, Americans that they have to, take their baggages and leave the Afghanistan. See, the same problem when when you say that my strategic depth and Afghanistan is my strategic depth, Afghanistan, they were riding the high horses. What happened now? If you see the Budaun line, and we are talking about today in Balochistan, and my guest from Pakistan is talking about something on TTP, and then you're talking Taliban. That we know, situations are very, very grim. The Pakistan, the Taliban or Afghanistan government or the present government over there, they perceive, which is all along the Budaun line and coming right up to your river line to Rahmyar Khan and then turning towards Quetta and then going to Balochistan. You say the moment has come. The balkanization of, Pakistan, after we can see, we can not easily only we see the dawn. We are seeing that is happening now. How we are going to control? See, BLA has got a tacit support. They have got it was covert, now it is overt support from the Afghanistan. And Taliban, it is known to everyone. And today what has happened? The two have been killed. BLA says they have done it. The Baluch Liberation Front and Baluch Liberation Army and Jaise al-Adl, which basically they are in Iran, they have been active, they have joined hand. The people also joined hand is the Islamic State of Kuban province. How you will going to handle? You are talking about, my guest from Pakistan is talking just about, what is happening in the TTP, Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, and it is the Taliban who are doing it. How you are going to control this? I would like to listen from you.
Of course.
Well, in fact, for us, think about this.
Yes, I will.
Faraz, tell me something as a citizen. Faraz, as a citizen, forget about defending the Pakistani army right now, because you ought to understand that there are people who are dying of hunger in your country. Shehbaz Sharif, rather than addressing the pressing need of ensuring that food grains reach to the people of his country, he is more concerned of addressing what the military wants to achieve. Perhaps, don't you think that had he changed his approach, things would have been very different? Because already there's palpable anger because of the rigging that has taken place. No one is really accepting Shehbaz Sharif as the Prime Minister of the country. There is enough anger on the streets of Pakistan. And then you have a situation where the moment you take control, you are taking direct instructions from the Pakistani military and opening up a front with the Afghans.
The whole point, the idea is that the Prime Minister getting directions from the army is a common sense, and it is a common norm across the world. I mean, Pentagon advises the president and the president takes an action. Same goes in Pakistan. The military chief is advising the Prime Minister and there goes the action. And I have already reconciled the fact that Pakistan retaliated Pakistan only retaliated. And the fact that we forget, and I see a very I see a very clamoring headline that Pakistan is reaping what it sowed. Yes, the entire world should reap what it sowed, because Afghan Jihad was not just a Pakistani tool, but it was an American-sponsored Afghan Jihad against the Soviets, and it was the entire NATO, all the Western forces combined to support and sponsored Afghan Jihad back in the 90s. So it's not Pakistan alone which is responsible. And guess what happened? When Pakistan became an ally, created Taliban, and when their endeavor was ended in Afghanistan, they all went back, and it was their mess that Pakistan had to clean up. And that's what Pakistan is doing today. The Americans left the Afghanistan, and today Pakistan is cleaning their mess. That's the reality of the day. It is not just Pakistan's making, it is the entire world's making that happened to be our backyard in Afghanistan. That is the point. And when General K.K. Sinha said that, it is the BLA which is rising up in Afghanistan, let me remind you that Kulbhushan Yadav was caught in Balochistan, crossing the Iranian border into Pakistan, and it was the agents like Kulbhushan Yadav who were supporting Balochistan Liberation Army, and these are the non-state actors, foreign actors who are involved behind these BLAs and other organizations.
Let me
these are all the facts, not my opinion, not the government.
It's very rich on your part. It's very rich on your part to basically lecture someone else as far as non-state actors are concerned. If you were really concerned about non-state actors, then perhaps you would have taken action against the jihadi factory that you actually run in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, which has been to a great extent dismantled by the Indian army with the kind of action that has been taken. And you do realize that you cannot continue with the fight on the Western Front as far as India is concerned. So find another reason to change the focus and, address the concerns of the Balochis, because they have made it very clear that they no longer want to be with you. And that is a reality. Whether you like it or you don't like it, you will have to fight.
They just elected a government in the province. That means there is peace. That means there is stability.
The fact of the matter is that you're living under the threat. Living under the threat. The situation that you have created in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and the situation that you have created in Balochistan is something that perhaps you should never be proud of. You do realize the kind of rebellion you're not even being able to quell anymore. And you must realize that a situation has come up that almost every project of yours is at stakes right now. You are literally selling off almost anything and everything that you have at your disposal to just stay afloat.
I mean, I will not give any credence to any non-state actors operating to destabilize Pakistan, whether it's Pakistan, whether it's India, or whether it's in US. I mean, what we see in US Capitol rebellion was like thousands of people marching towards the US Capitol and go. Did the entire world call it a destabilized country, a terrorist nation? No. Such incidents happen. The government and the law takes its course, and that's the end of the result. People do not accept or give some sort of credence to any non-state actors or minorities who want to create a law and order situation in the country. And the state has all the power, specifically Pakistani state has all the power because it has fought a ferocious war for the past 20 years, lost 70,000 innocent civilians, lost hundreds of billions of dollars to the American-sponsored war in Afghanistan. And Pakistan state is still intact. Pakistan state will fight against these terrorists because, again, it is the Pakistani state which has to flourish, not these non-state actors who want to destabilize this country.
It's a situation that for us, you will not admit that something that you've nurtured all this while has now absolutely backfired. But what I find it extremely surprising, General K.K. Sinha, is that the civilian government doesn't realize that it isn't the same Pakistan anymore, because given the fact that people have also within Pakistan realized that the military establishment steeped in corruption does not really care about its own country. The Pakistan army perhaps has this distinction that no other army across the globe has. An army which is absolutely corrupt. Former army generals who are now outside Pakistan because they do realize that the country is down the drain. Once again, the same very military establishment is pushing that civilian government to make those Himalayan blunders.
You are absolutely right. See, this Pakistan, the military, the deep state of Pakistan, what the mess they have put in. The mess is not only politically, economically, they have put them down, militarily, strategically. It not happened only in 71 or 65 and what happened within, when we say with the Indian. What they have done it, how you perceive. Now, my guest, my friend from Pakistan who is the guest, now he says Afghanistan jihad, NATO joined it, so the Pakistan joined it. And he is trying to, justify that. At the same, and because Pakistan became the front line. And who made the front line? They were talking about the Pakistan is the front line, and there are three, that is America, the army, and of course Allah, they kept it aside. The same people, they are doing the front line of China, and today you are getting the beating back. Why all these things happening? It is happening for the CPEC. On which backdrop we are talking about today? When it happened in Gwadar, in that area, in Gwadar, the people have been killed is two. People have, who has been shot there. And what is the CPEC? India again reminded them, because you are boasting that this has changed the whole Pakistan. That has put you in death trap. And you are talked about the Pakistan army, sir. Pakistan army, it is known today is the most unprofessional army of the world. The people are doing the business, starting from the panty to napkin, sanitary napkin, to anything, oil, gas, you talk about it, they are doing it in the Pakistan. The Fauji Foundation, so-called Fauji Foundations, they know whether it is a Papa Pizza and what is, other than the military thing, these, this military can do, other than the strategic war, thinking the way they should go, how they should do it, they can plan everything other than that. They have left it to the NCUs and JCUs to fight the battle. And that's why they're losing. And today, they have been exposed so badly that, even those NCOs, JCUs on which they were, fighting the war, the officers are all making money. Their complete ambition is to make money and go in some Western country and settle down over there. And they, of course, even now, the Middle East has refused them to come, because Saudi Arabia no more wants them to come. Qatar, no one wants to, come. Whether it is, they are not welcome over there. Now what they are doing it, they are becoming a frontline state of China, and this is happening. And the
General Kekison, I'm sorry I had to interrupt you. For us, I don't have the time to take a response on this, but it just appears that, whether at all the civil society in Pakistan will finally wake up and actually remind the puppet government that in doing what they are currently, they are only ensuring that generations to come in Pakistan actually die in hunger. Because for them, the priorities are completely misplaced. For them, the only reason why they are surviving today is because they perhaps need to cozy up with the military, or else their survival would be at stake. I'm sure this will be a continuing debate. Thank you very much for joining us on the trending burning question. On the other side, the big debate coming up with Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
I want to support all the players that are in the squad. That is big because in the program, you don't have the program here. That today, thank you, boss. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Because people say, oh, big squad. But do you see the names? Under 18, under 18, under 18, under 18, under 21, under 21, under 21. And sometimes people, you can confuse, you say, no, big squad. Do you know why we use too many and we put here? Because we use this guy. Few minutes in Carabao Cup, in the FA Cup, or in Premier League. Because of the circumstance. It's only, no? Sometimes people want to talk like, want to be nice. Come on. We have, yes, because we are not going to hide nothing. Big squad is long because we had too many injured players on the first team, and we should use all the kids that are helping us.
सभी 40 सीटों पर पूरा एनडीए की सभी पार्टियां अपनी पूरी ताकत से 40 के 40 सीटों पर ताकत लगाएगी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी 17 सीटें एनडीए के साथ लड़ेगी। जनता दल यूनाइटेड 16 सीटों पर एनडीए के साथ लड़ेगी। लोक जनशक्ति पार्टी।
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
इस्तीफा तो मैं भेज चुका हूं। साथियों, कल एनडीए गठबंधन के द्वारा बिहार में 40 लोकसभा सीटों के लिए किस दल को कितना सीट मिलेगा, इसकी घोषणा हो गई। मैंने आज से 5-6 दिन पहले प्रेस वार्ता में मैंने कहा था कि हम तब तक इंतजार करेंगे जब तक एनडीए का विधिवत घोषणा नहीं होता। कल विधिवत घोषणा हो गया। हम लोग 5 सांसद थे, हमारी पार्टी में 5 सांसद थे। मैंने बहुत ईमानदारी, बहुत लगन से, वफादारी से मैंने एनडीए की सेवा की। आज भी
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bhupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio model. Niva Bhupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai.
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bhupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio model. Niva Bhupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studios, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates, and I am Shivangi Shukla. This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one-stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai.
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bhupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bhupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one-stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai.
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bhupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bhupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one-stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai.
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bhupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bhupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
From the Delhi studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Arnab Goswami on The Debate at 9, presented by Amity University, powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka, Century Club Prime and Policy Bazaar. Co-powered by Belkolu.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The reality is that the High Court is not providing any cover for Arvind Kejriwal, not giving him any relief. You all know what's been going on, viewers. For the last many months, many weeks, many months, Arvind Kejriwal has been somehow desperately trying to avoid facing the Enforcement Directorate investigation in Liquorgate. Now, what has happened today is that effectively today the High Court has told him to stop doing that. Kejriwal fears, Kejriwal thinks, in a way Kejriwal is convinced, it seems, that he will be arrested within 1 or 2 appearances before the investigating agencies, before the Enforcement Directorate. So he's buying time as much as he can, putting top lawyers, Abhishek Manu Singhvi and all that. But the High Court's attitude, number 1. K. Kavita's arrest last week, number 2. The fact that the Supreme Court has said that there is a prima facie case in Liquorgate. Number 3, all of these together are very bad signs for the AAP and Arvind Kejriwal. It is for the agencies and the government to decide now. Do they have enough proof to officially name him as a co-conspirator and arrest him? And if indeed Kejriwal is arrested, either by the CBI or the Enforcement Directorate, will it damage the Aam Aadmi Party or will it give them sympathy? Dear viewers of Republic, here is my analysis on this. Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, at this stage of his political career, facing Liquorgate, with many of his colleagues in jail, with adverse observations of the High Court and the Supreme Court, is walking on a razor's edge now, viewers. And what do I expect? Well, I expect some very quick developments over the next 1 week in this case, so watch the space. That's debate number 1 for that reason tonight, because after back-to-back ducking, open defiance, top lawyers, the Delhi court has pulled up Kejriwal, but why won't he appear? Debate number 2 this evening, viewers. The centre makes its position clear on Rohingyas, but my view is something else. My view is there are so many other matters that the highest courts of the country, the appellate courts, the Supreme Court, should be looking at. No disrespect, but is it necessary to really spend the time of the court on every PIL? That's debate number 2. And debate number 3 this evening. More than 10 bomb attacks, incessant firing in Gwadar, Pakistan reaping what it has sowed, big trouble there. That's debate 3. And here are the headlines. This Wednesday evening, ladies and gentlemen, on the debate tonight. Big development in Liquorgate as the Delhi High Court pulls up Kejriwal, asks, why are you not appearing before the Enforcement Directorate? Centre makes stand clear on the Rohingya crisis, says they are illegal infiltrators who have no right to settle and reside in India. Complete shock over the Badaun horror. 2 children brutally killed, 1 critically injured. The accused is killed in an encounter by the UP police. 1 is still on the run. Big controversy as the DMK promises no CA implementation, no UCC rollout in Manifesto. BJP slams appeasement. Global support for the Prime Minister ahead of the elections. Putin extends the invite. Zelensky hopeful about his role in establishing peace. And Baloch group strikes Pakistan's Gwadar. More than 10 bomb attacks and incessant firing reported. 8 gunmen killed. And ladies and gentlemen, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has been ducking the central probe agencies one after another in Liquorgate. Even after 10 reminders, 9 summons, he has been outright defiant. He's facing heat from both the CBI and the ED now in both directions, and today the Delhi High Court has seriously pulled up Kejriwal, asking him to exactly stop doing that. But why is Kejriwal ducking the ED summons repeatedly, and how long can he continue to do that? Is there a real possibility of his arrest? Let's debate.
चारों तरफ बीजेपी वाले घूम घूम के कह रहे हैं केजरीवाल को गिरफ्तार करेंगे। बीजेपी वालों को कैसे पता मेरे को गिरफ्तार करेंगे? क्योंकि बीजेपी ईडी चला रही है। तो मुझे अभी गिरफ्तार क्यों करेंगे लोकसभा चुनाव के पहले? क्योंकि वो नहीं चाहते कि लोकसभा चुनाव में मैं प्रचार करूं।
Arvind Kejriwal is breaking all records in India. He's set to create history for ducking agencies and getting nearly 10 reminders to be present for investigation.
Not just the Enforcement Directorate, but it also appears that CBI's investigation in the liquor scam has gained momentum. Top sources have indicated that in the days to come, a top leader could be summoned, and this time as an accused.
Kejriwal's tactics have struck a double whammy. He's now facing the heat from both ED and CBI.
ED maintains that the Delhi Chief Minister has skipped the summons on frivolous grounds. And the reason why they have sent about 9 summons in the liquor scam is because they believe that as the party chief, it is perhaps imperative that the Chief Minister explains whether at all his party has benefited in the liquor scam.
Elections are here, and legal strategy has taken precedence for Kejriwal. He's distracted from political strategy, facing setback after setback from the courts.
कि आज कोर्ट ने अरविंद केजरीवाल को आईना दिखाया है कि जिस सम्मन को अवैध बता रहे थे वो सम्मन भी वैध है, और कोर्ट ने बड़ी तल्ख टिप्पणी की है कि आप जांच से भाग क्यों रहे हैं, आपको जांच के सामने जाना चाहिए। और मुझे लगता है अरविंद केजरीवाल और उसकी आम आदमी पार्टी के जितने लोग अब तक जिस तरह से एक प्रोपेगेंडा फैला रहे थे कि ये अवैध है या ये है, वो सब चीजें आज साफ हो गई। अब अरविंद केजरीवाल को जांच का सामना करना चाहिए।
Kejriwal has directly been named beneficiary of a scam by agencies. He's been accused of getting the kickbacks. Could he have avoided this legal mess by simply appearing? Let's debate.
We have Anmol Pawar of the Aam Aadmi Party, Sanju Verma of the BJP, Revolu Sridhar Reddy of the BRS. Viewers, please note that his party leader K. Kavita was arrested last week and continues to be in custody till the 23rd. At least I think she's in custody. Then we'll know what happens after that. And on both sides of the debate, political analysts Rajat Sethi and Pankaj Sharma. Anmol, I will start with you. I think that you should hear and note what the courts have said today. The courts have really come down very heavily on Arvind Kejriwal. And the courts have asked Kejriwal to stop skipping the summons. So this is now looking bad on you from the courts also. And the courts have said that you are a citizen of the country. You are a citizen of the country. The summons are by your name only. Why don't you appear when you are receiving the summons?
Has the court passed a judgment today?
How can you?
Is there any judgment which the court
has
passed
the court
today?
pulled you up today? But does this amount to being pulled up for not attending the summons?
Arnab, today we have challenged the illegal and politically motivated summons which has been sent by the ED. We have informed the court that the 9 summons which we have received, we have duly replied to them, and it is for the court to decide after hearing both the sides, after hearing our case, whether these summons are legal or illegal. But the court was considerate enough to issue the notice, and ED has to file a reply in that regard. So the matter is sub judice. We must wait for
that will buy you just a few more days. That will buy you just a few more days.
Arnab, let me refresh your memory. I think you are very well aware about the fact that this is not a liquor scam. This is an investigation scam. That this investigation scam is based upon unfounded and trumped up charges. The premise on the basis of which ED has issued a press release day before yesterday alleging that 100 crore has been transferred, this has been categorically denied by the Honorable Supreme Court in its judgment dated 30th October 2023. And the para 12 of the judgment, I can read it out. It says that the assertion in the complaint filed by DOE that a kickback of 100 crore was actually paid by the liquor group is somewhat debatable. It has not been proved, and the fact that
somewhat
it has not been proved yet. And the court also said that the charge that the appellant is vicariously liable in terms of Section 70 cannot be alleged, and it has not even been argued by the Enforcement Directorate.
May I?
So it speaks volumes about the credibility of the liquor scam.
I am coming to you. One minute. One minute. No. Let's keep it short. We are moving. Anmol, you have opened your innings.
Let me make one.
You've opened your innings. You have opened your innings, and now you need to let me intervene. All your arguments don't need to be made at the very start. Sanju.
Thank you. Arnab, first and foremost, I think you nailed
No, 1 minute. Sanju, take the question. Sanju, take the question. I don't understand the leeway that you are giving Arvind Kejriwal. The first summons, ladies and gentlemen, to Arvind Kejriwal is sent in October 2023 to appear on November 2nd. Kejriwal said, I have work ahead of Diwali. He has been summoned 8 or 9 times. The 9th summon has also been sent. Hemant Soren was arrested after the 8th summon. Viewers, let me assure all the viewers of Republic, I hope you are not in an unfortunate situation of being summoned by the ED ever in your life. But if you are, let me assure you, if you don't attend the first summons, you'll be arrested. Therefore, the question you should ask the government is, what is this chitti aiye approach? Arrest him. If you have the evidence, arrest him. Take the matter before the people. Why this, why this dilly-dallying going on? It just doesn't make any sense.
Arnab, may I come in now?
Dilly-dallying because the real intention is something else.
Arnab, now I need to speak because I think my intervention was pending. Let me make my rebuttal and then the other gentleman can come in. So, Arnab, you made a very pertinent point, so I will not be verbose. I'll just make a few very quick points. As you rightly said, and you nailed the Aam Aadmi Party and Kejriwal's bluff. Did the court give relief to Kejriwal? Perhaps, yes. But did the court also castigate Arvind Kejriwal by asking him that if you're a citizen of India, what prevents you from, showing yourself up for the interrogation? And Abhishek Manu Singhvi, Kejriwal's lawyer in question, was just dilly-dallying and vacillating and had no answers. He went around in circles in a rigmarole.
Do you even know the procedure of law? Do you even know what happens on the first day of hearing?
I refuse to debate like this. This happens every single evening.
Now, would you agree with me? 1 minute. We had a really rough debate yesterday, and I need to make one point clear. See, Anmol, if I'll make a rule here. If Sanju interrupts you once, you can interrupt her once. But to be fair, she did not interrupt you at all in the introduction. So you should also, at least in the introduction, not interrupt her. Let's have both views, okay? Thank you. Sanju, complete your point.
Yes. Whether Sanju Verma knows the law or not is not important. The fact is that Arvind Kejriwal has no business trying to second-guess the bona fides of our judiciary, trying to second-guess the bona fides of the Enforcement Directorate, trying to second-guess the bona fides of the CBI. And now for all those from the Kejriwal camp who want to teach law and legal jurisprudence to BJP spokespersons, let me tell you one thing. Under Section 2, 21, 23, 29, 45, read that with Section 50, subsection 2 of the PMLA Act, which the ED has quoted on umpteen occasions. The Enforcement Directorate has the suo motu right to call anyone for interrogation in an ongoing case. This was upheld in July 2022 by no less than the CJI Chandrachud. Then again in April 2023, Abhishek Manu Singhvi went to the Supreme Court on behalf of how many opposition parties? 14 opposition parties, saying that the Enforcement Directorate is authoritarian, Narendra Modi is authoritarian, and they are using the ED to target the opposition. And CJI Chandrachud said, nothing doing. Politicians are also liable to be investigated. Do you have any specific case? Come to us. Do not generalize and say that the ED is being authoritarian. So, Abhishek Manu Singhvi's bluff has been called repeatedly between 2022 and 2024. My third point, they say, and this is the last point, that in any criminal ongoing investigation, there are three things which are very important: malafide intent, proceeds of crime, and a money trail. And I'm just going to read out 2 lines from the ED press release, Arnab, which you have. This is the press release dated 17th March 2024, just 3 days back. The ED says, raids at 245 locations, 1 prosecution complaint, 5 supplementary complaints, 15 arrests have been made, proceeds of crime of 128.79 crore, and a quid pro quo of rupees 100 crore has been established between K. Kavita, Arvind Kejriwal, and the top brass of Aam Aadmi Party, and the investigation process is ongoing, post which further action will be taken. And the ED is a statutory body. ED is not a handmaiden of Narendra Modi or Amit Shah. So when you undermine the Enforcement Directorate's credibility, you're undermining a statutory constitutional body. It was an advisory body in 1964, but since 2003, the Enforcement Directorate has the powers of a civil court.
Sanju, if that is all, 1 minute, just 1 minute. I intervene now. It has not, and I will come to this a second time, it has not answered my question that why don't you arrest him? You see, this ping pong has been going on for too long, and many citizens of the country watching this would be very upset, Rajat, and that what is going on. If the BJP has evidence, then you arrest him. If it's a fishing expedition, don't arrest him. But if you have evidence, you should arrest him. Now, Mr. Reddy, your leader, K. Kavita, is in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. Tell me one thing. Could she turn approver? Could she turn approver?
Why will
Could she turn approver?
Now she challenged her arrest in the court today. And
To
the
save herself.
Honorable Court has posted
To save
it for
herself.
the hearing on 22nd of this month. The arrest itself is illegal.
No, but to save herself, could she
not
turn
as per
approver?
the provisions of the law.
Could she
even challenged
reveal more?
the PML
1 minute, sir, 1 minute, sir, 1 minute. Sir, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. The question is about the proceeds of crime. Now, what if she reveals that this 100 crores was being paid via Vijay Nair for the Aam Aadmi Party's coffers? Because interestingly, Revolutionary Reddy, Aam Aadmi Party has got very little money, some 5 or 6 crores that I saw there, maybe a little bit more, through electoral bonds. So they are getting money through some other route. And if Kavita reveals that this money was for Aam Aadmi Party, that could be a useful way for herself to turn approver, disentangle herself in the case, save her political career, save the BRS, and throw Arvind Kejriwal under the bus.
One politically motivated case cannot disturb us, rather, threaten us, scare us and all that. We are prepared. Because whoever questions
No, but this
Modi,
is what Mamata Banerjee also said about Partha Chatterjee. This is what Mamata Banerjee said about Anubrata Mandal. But now she does not defend them.
No. Very clearly.
So the immediate reaction to ED arrest and the
challenged it in
considered
court.
reaction after 3 months are wholly different.
Arnav, today, let me
Pardon me?
clarify. Today, the Honorable Court admitted her plea, and we will be hearing the plea on 22nd of this month. Why we say many times these are politically motivated? What's happening in Telangana state, what happened before assembly elections, everybody knows. And as AP spokesperson was saying, here also in Telangana, repeatedly, BJP leaders say...
Rajat countering. Rajat allowed. Rajat is intervening. Yes, Rajat.
not arresting Kavita? Is BJP going soft on Kavita? That was the single biggest issue. Ask anybody on the streets of Telangana, of Hyderabad. The single point was that why has BJP not arrested Kavita? So had BJP been politically motivated, they would have arrested, and the BJP minister would have been ruling Telangana. That is the state of the fact. The BJP spokesperson cannot deny it. The question is before Aam Aadmi Party's Arvind Kejriwal as well. Therefore, the question is before the BJP, no more than the BJP, before the authorities. The authorities will have to stop this cat and mouse game. They will have to step up if there are substantial evidences against him. Kavita is coming an approval, not coming an approval, has scared substantial
I agree.
sort of
I agree. This is a. I agree with this description of this being a cat and mouse game, and I want to tell you, Pankaj.
Arnav, 10 seconds to me.
I want to tell you, Pankaj.
Arnav.
Okay, 10 seconds to you.
I will name three
sir.
names, okay? Bhavna Gavli,
Yes, sir.
Ishwat Jadhav, Pratap Sarnaik. These three leaders are from Maharashtra. They were in Uddhav Thackeray faction. Then they were given ED notices and they joined Eknath Shinde's faction. No ED cases. Today in the entire country, whatever ED case you speak about, active cases are of
Is Kavita joining BJP? Is Kavita joining BJP, sir? You're trying to make a story here.
Motivated.
Is Kavita looking to join in BJP?
was given 5 notices by ED.
Let's clear it out, sir. You are the BRS's official spokesperson. Is Kavita joining BJP?
Has not been thrown out.
And his wife, Yamini Jadhav, were given notices on
is on record.
Kavita joining BJP.
He joined Shinde faction. Gone.
Even if that
Pratap
person has joined
Sarnaik.
the BJP, the
They were in
ongoing
Shiv Sena.
investigation
Then money laundering
has
cases
not
were
been
there.
thrown out
ED filed a
like
case. The moment he joined Shinde faction, gone. Sujana Chowdhury, PM Ramesh, Jyotiraj Scindia, Mukul Rai, Himant Biswa Sharma, Suvendu Adhikari,
I think the BRS spokesperson is trying to lay the ground that Kavita might also join BJP tomorrow. Is he trying to lay the ground that Kavita might join BJP?
No. Just one question. I have a counter to that.
Family, so that could be
I have a
reason.
simple counter to that.
Might be turning into
I have a
a
simple counter to that, if I may be allowed, Rajat. Rajat, I have a simple counter to that. The argument that the opposition makes is everybody who is being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate is a prospective pick for recruitment into the BJP. Therefore, Pankaj, by that logic, not just ED, IT, everyone, is Sonia Gandhi also a prospective recruit for the BJP?
And Rahul Gandhi.
Is the BJP looking to recruit Rahul Gandhi also?
And P. Chidambaram.
Arnav, we don't know.
It makes no
these
sense.
Cases, where are these cases?
And Chidambaram is also a likely recruit into the BJP.
At least Bhavna Gavli and all these cases are very, very
Any
cases.
gibberish on national TV.
Of
You
2
talk
years,
about
rather.
K. Kavita.
Why these cases are not
Swami,
active?
you have rightly said
Money in spirits, yes or
there are
no?
enough troops against
Did K. Kavita give
Kejriwal.
100 crores as kickback?
There is no
to Arvind
enough
Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party, yes or no?
No money
If K. Kavita is innocent, why did
Everything
our
is
former
fabricated.
chartered accountant
That's what we have
Bakshi
challenged in
Babu
the court,
Gorantala
Sanjuji.
clearly name
Now
K.
let the
Kavita? If
ED
K.
prove it.
Kavita is innocent,
Whatever written
why
on the
did our
papers,
former
let it be a
confidant
trial in the
Arun
court.
Ramchandra Pillai clearly name her? Why did Abhishek Boingpalli
You believe
name K.
ED, we
Kavita?
don't believe their
Why did Sarath Chandra
allegations.
Reddy name K. Kavita?
Rather, their
Why
statement.
did Dinesh Arora turn approver and name K. Kavita, Manish Sisodia, Sanjay Singh?
I am asking you a question.
Why did Sunny
What
Baba
happened to Bhavna Gavli
name K.
case?
Kavita?
Do you have
Arvind
information?
Kejriwal, Manish
You are
Sisodia.
speaking as if you are the
Why
advocate
did
from
Sarvesh
ED.
Mishra,
What happened to
the
Ishwat
former
Jadhav
PA of
case?
Sanjay Singh?
What happened to Pratap Sarnaik case? What happened to your Andhra Malia term Sujana Chowdhury case?
Witnesses and
Why are you not speaking on this? Why ED is silent on it?
She gave a kickback
Did you
of
ever
100
try to
crores
answer that?
and got 32.
The way ED issued a press note yesterday, why don't they issue a press note on these cases also? Do you think that we don't have a right to ask them?
In Indo-Spirit, yes or no? And she got this 32.5%.
I said very clearly no.
Of 100 crore kickback which was given to Kejriwal via Vijay Nair.
Only
I'm giving
BJP
you
and ED is
details.
believing, nobody else is believing in this
Vijay
country.
Nair was
I am
the
asking you, Sanju ji,
intermediary
I named 9 names in this. What happened to these cases?
Kejriwal.
Can you please take the time out to answer on these issues also?
Got a 32.5% stake in Indus.
Madam, you have read the statement made by ED.
Mr. Reddy.
We don't need details from
Mr.
you.
Reddy, Anmol and Sanju. Anmol, Sanju. 1 minute now that's not required. Anmol, see, Sanju, we can debate this without calling anyone illiterate and things. We can avoid it. And now let's go to Anmol. Anmol, be logical. Every argument of Arvind Kejriwal has been torn apart by the court today. You are saying has the order been issued? You take a bet on it. The way the court is arguing, this order is not going to go for you. Ask Abhishek Manu Singhvi, call him after the program. He's going to tell you my luck has run out in this case. This is my view. Now, Anmol, Kejriwal's lawyer Abhishek Manu Singhvi said, my lord, the elections are around the corner. They are not telling me whether I'm being called as an accused or as a suspect or a witness.
Yes.
I will appear, but I need the protection. This is the argument of Abhishek Manu Singhvi. What does the court say, Rajat, Sanju, very important. The court says, effectively the court is saying you expect VVIP treatment. The court says, pursuant to the summons, you first attend their call. Only then you will know whether you are being called as an accused or a suspect or a witness or a conspirator. Exactly. Absolute logic. Then Abhishek Manu Singhvi continues to argue, Anmol. He said, my lord, they will arrest me. They came to the home and they arrest. They call you for interrogation, then they arrest. They went to Manish Sisodia's home, then they arrested him. To which the court said, that is not the case. Normally the practice is they may not arrest you the first time. They may question you, but if there are grounds, then if it is required, they will arrest you. Which means on the question of protection also, that there should be no coercive action. Anmol, nobody can say, I will come for interrogation, but I need a written guarantee stamped, notarized, that I will not be arrested. Nobody gets that. So I think, Anmol, luck is running out. You have seen the arguments of Justice Kaith. You are not getting protection from arrest. You are not getting no coercive action. You are not getting a blanket support on not being arrested. You are not getting any support on not appearing before the ED. You are not getting support from the court on whether they should tell you what classification they want to interrogate you for.
Arnab, I'll tell
so
you
Anmol, if all of this runs out after 2 days, the court order is appear before the ED, and you appear before the ED, and then you can't avoid appearing before the ED anymore.
Arnab,
because it's the court that has told you.
I'll tell you about
and it's coming to that. Yes, Anmol.
I'll tell you about the reality of this investigation scam.
What is it that I told you which was not real? No, what did I tell you which was not real? No, tell me about my observations on what the court said. Did the court, 1 minute. 1 minute. Anmol, listen to my question. Was I, 1 minute, Anmol. Anmol, see, it's very easy to tell the anchor, I will not answer your question, I will read my prepared script. But however, if I am the anchor, I will force you to answer my question. Now my question to you is, I have, 1 minute, sir, 1 minute. I have, 1 minute, sir, 1 minute, sir. Sir, 1 minute, I have dealt with enough lawyers in my time. I am questioning you, 1 minute, sir, 1 minute, 1 minute, sir, 1 minute, 1 minute. Don't worry. Don't worry. If he gets arrested, I know what Abhishek Manu Singhvi will do. Abhishek Manu Singhvi will cite my case to ask for bail. Arnab Goswami versus State of Maharashtra is used everywhere by everyone, all criminals, to ask for bail. Now my question to you is this. My question is, did the court say these things or not? Did the courts tell the Kejriwal and Abhishek Manu Singhvi these words or not? Have I made anything up?
Arnab, this is what I am telling you, that I'll first tell you the reality of this investigation scam, which your viewers must know.
No, you are not willing to answer. Did the court make these observations or not?
He will not answer pointed questions.
Please allow me to complete, and please, I would request you to intervene and moderate the debate so that you allow me the same opportunity.
Anmol, should you not answer the question?
Yes or no?
But only if you allow me. Only if you allow me, I'll answer the question. The fact is that after witnessing...
Okay, I'll allow you to answer my question.
After witnessing Arvind Kejriwal's model of governance, Prime Minister Modi's chest shrink from 56 inch to 5.6 inch.
Or are you in a wrong
And
way?
that is why the extortion department of and working at the behest of Bharatiya Janata Party is working overtime. One of the prime accused was Aurobindo Pharma. The BJP used to say that Aurobindo Pharma is one of the prime accused in this case. And what happened?
Matter of fact, that is your model of governance.
They were raided by enforcement directorate.
The model of governance is that every single person in the position of power is right now inside jail. That is your model of governance. And the fourth one is being ready to go to the jail.
Granted bail. They further donated 25 crores to BJP. And that is the reason why they turned up
Why has Kejriwal skipped 9 summons if he's not scared, if he's innocent, if he's not guilty, if he has nothing to hide, if all is good?
He's not supposed to respond to these illegal summons. Everyone knows that how enforcement directorate
what is illegal
is working at the behest of Bharatiya Janata Party and is making every effort to crush the opposition party. And
is there anything, Anmol, you are using the word illegal summons. Is there anything in the observations of the court which supports your view that this is an illegal summons? And if the court tells you that these summons are not illegal, will you come on my program and say that you were wrong all this while, that you should have cooperated with the court?
Has the court passed the judgment today? Earlier they used to say that Mr. Kejriwal is not appearing. Earlier Sanju Verma used to say that he won't appear before Divya Malhotra. He appeared on 16th of March and the court granted him bail.
If there is no liquor scam, why has Kejriwal...
They tried very hard to mislead the people, alleging that he won't respond to the summons and he won't appear before the Rao Avenue court. He appeared before the court and he has been granted bail. And now the matter is sub judice before the Honorable Delhi High Court where the summons have been challenged.
को किस बात की इतनी घबराहट है कि ईडी के समन्स को
घबराहट आपको है, घबराहट आपके नेता को है, और उन्हें जाके बता दीजिएगा that we won't surrender before the murderers of democracy and constitution. You may try very hard, but we won't surrender before the murderers of democracy and constitution. Tell your cowardly leaders.
I will be willing to cooperate. If the CBI calls me, I will be willing to cooperate. If the ED calls me, I will be willing to cooperate. But ये केजरीवाल कहा करते थे 2012 में. अभी 12 साल के बाद केजरीवाल
आपके प्रधानमंत्री कहा करते थे कि करप्शन दूर करेंगे. इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड इस देश का सबसे बड़ा स्कैम है. बिगेस्ट स्कैम इन द इंडियन पॉलिटिकल हिस्ट्री. Wherein you obtained funds more than 8,000 crores. More than 30 companies were raided by enforcement directorate.
Everyone on
and soon after they donated.
Viewers, a lot of calls are coming into the newsroom tonight. A lot of calls. 1 minute, please. 1 minute. A lot of calls as we are debating this. A lot of Anmol. 1 minute. Anmol, Sanju. A lot of calls are coming into the newsroom this evening. I have been informed, which are to the effect. People are asking, will Arvind Kejriwal now get arrested in Liquorgate? To which, Pankaj, my answer is Rajat. I don't exactly know, but I found it very interesting that the Central Bureau of Investigation had insinuated in the Delhi High Court yesterday that, and I quote, some high-profile persons may be arrested in the Delhi excise policy case. Does that high-profile person the CBI is referring to, could this high-profile person be Arvind Kejriwal? Therefore, the question is the CBI going to arrest Kejriwal by bringing in a criminal case in this matter? Because the CBI has opposed Manish Sisodia's bail and has said, viewers, Rajat, please note, that some high-profile people may soon be arrested in the Delhi's excise scam. is there substantial evidence against these high-profile people? Is there a link between South Group and Kejriwal? Between K. Kavita, Vijay Nair and Kejriwal? Mr. Reddy, are you following me, sir? Because the CBI had issued a summons to K. Kavita asking her to appear before the... CBI questioned Kavita at her Banjara Hills residence. Do you know what she told them? Do you have any idea what K. Kavita has told or shared with the CBI? Otherwise, how is the CBI confidently making this point? Mr. Reddy, I am asking you again. Can you tell me what K. Kavita shared with the CBI when they interrogated her at her Banjara Hills residence on the 26th of February?
Now, CBI has interrogated, then ED came into the picture. Let me finish my statement. When CBI could not do anything properly, there is nothing on the record that could, rather fix her. Now ED came into the picture. Even after the ED's arrest, when she claimed it's an illegal arrest and challenged in the court, today the Honorable Court has admitted as her plea. What does it mean? In this country, in democracy, we have every right to question these kind of, politically motivated, coercive actions of the government.
It is not
through
politically
ED-CBI.
motivated.
I
Do
made
not
a
make reckless allegations at the
Sanju ji,
government.
can you please allow
How
others
do you
to
know it is politically motivated?
मुझे जानते हैं आप
On
ईडी
what
के
grounds are you saying it is
पैनल में हैं,
politically
आप ईडी के
motivated?
एडवोकेट हैं,
Just
थोड़ा
say that
ठहरिए.
got any relief from the
Instead of
Supreme Court, the
BJP,
answer is no.
you have been speaking on behalf of ED these days. Can you please allow me to speak? I have not finished my statement. I am only asking you one question. Except you, everybody is illiterate in this panel. But kindly allow me to speak. I asked you many times.
Sanju, let him complete. Sanju, I repeat, let him complete. Sanju, I repeat a third time, let him complete. Please complete, Mr. Reddy. Please complete.
Arnav, I said only one
The question
thing.
was to him. Yes.
I'll make 3 points here. Kavita ji time and again made a clarification. She does not have any link with this case whatsoever. Same thing has been told. Then ED came. She was arrested now exactly a day before the full schedule announcement and the day Honorable Prime Minister was there in Hyderabad. Now we have challenged in the court. Matter is sub judice. It is posted for the 22nd. I asked a simple question to Sanju ji. Why those 4 leaders of Uddhav faction were now left, free after they joined Shinde faction?
No, 1 minute. We'll discuss.
Why these guys are not active?
I am no fan of Pratap Sarnaik anyway. I am no fan of Pratap Sarnaik anyway. My question is, no. 1 minute, just 1 minute. Sanju, 1 minute. The question we must answer tonight is, very factually, viewers, why bring in the CBI if the ED has a case? So far, ED was looking at Liquorgate, and Supreme Court in October 2023, Rajat, asked the Enforcement Directorate to establish the money trail inside the liquor scam instead of just relying on approver statements. Why hasn't the ED been able to establish a money trail in this scam? Why is the ED still relying on approver and accused statement? You have to have the money trail evidence. Now, is the government bringing in the CBI angle at the 11th hour because the money trail has not been established?
No, Arnav, I need to correct you there, please.
These are
no offense to you.
No, 1 minute. Rajat, is it not a relevant question? No, is it not a relevant question here? Because this dilly-dallying is going on too far. Rajat.
No, I agree with you. This is a relevant question, and this is why, especially when the nation is going into an election mode, they should know whether they should trust Aam Aadmi Party and its leadership. Therefore, this cat and mouse show should stop. ED should firmly come up and say that they have the evidences or not. If the evidences are strong enough, they should arrest him, period. Let this drama be over. We've been debating this, Arnav, for the past 8-9 months or so. And the audience is also getting frustrated looking at the helplessness and the haplessness of the ED. If they have the required amount of things, let's just have it before us. I mean, again, Sanju ji might know more information.
Let's just have it. I mean, people are saying.
Rajat, I disagree with you humbly. I don't think, Rajat, the ED is helpless. I disagree with you, Rajat, there when you say that the ED is helpless. The ED is carrying out a bona fide investigation, Rajat. Investigation is not a 2-minute Maggie noodles, with no offense to you, Rajat. You're a well-read man. Please tell me, you said that, money trail has not been established. 338 crore worth of money trail, the Supreme Court has said it is the ED which exposed it, and the Supreme Court, a 2-judge bench led by Justice Sanjeev Khanna, upheld that. Then the ED in its press release of 17th March 2023 has clearly said proceeds of crime 128.79 crore, money trail of 338 crore, and quid pro quo of 100 crore. साफ लिखा गया है, but because Kejriwal has been using some loopholes by virtue of being the chief minister,
para 10, para 12 and para 28 of the order.
But enough is enough. Abhi jald hi Kejriwal
the case which was made by CBI, which said that the assertion that 2.2 crores has been paid as bribe to Manish Sisodia was not even the charge, and no allegation was made by CBI. That is why ED came into action. And this 100 crore, this saga which you are trying to...
इसका जवाब दो. Manish Sisodia was the Deputy Chief Minister of Kejriwal. यदि ये हरीश चंद्र का चौथा अवतार है, इनको अभी तक सिसोदिया को बेल क्यों नहीं मिली? इसका जवाब हो तो दो, वरना just zip it.
Pankaj, I
the
want
court
to bring
has categorically demolished all the claims.
One minute. Just Anmol, 1 minute. Pankaj, take this as an object. Take this as a political observer. Okay. Let me put this to Pankaj. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. The question is to Pankaj. Pankaj, this saga has been going on for 7-8 months now. Almost a year, a little under a year, this saga has been going on. In the normal circle, and for all this period, Anmol, I have questions for you. Let me ask one question to Pankaj. Pankaj, I don't see any sympathy building up for Kejriwal. They've been saying, we will be arrested, see our leaders are arrested, see Satyendra Jain is arrested, see Manish Sisodia is arrested, see Vijay Nair is arrested, see Raghav Chadda may be arrested, tomorrow somebody else may be arrested. But I don't see and viewers, I don't see, and everyone, I don't see this mass campaign, can't arrest Kejriwal. I don't see a hashtag. Kejriwal for us, we for Kejriwal. The mass campaign is not there. And any politician will be smart enough to get nervous when that happens. If you don't have public support, if people say, okay, your problem, he's being treated like any other politician. There was no mass campaign for Hemant Soren, there is no mass campaign for Kejriwal.
See, the sympathy is increasing for Kejriwal or not. Sanjuji, please let me speak now. Don't hijack the whole show.
Why are you getting agitated?
You are doing this every evening.
Let him. Sanju, let Pankaj now. The question was to Pankaj, so he's coming at the back end of the debate. He should be allowed. Please, thank you, Pankaj. Continue. Let Pankaj answer that. Pankaj take that. Sanju, 1 minute. Let Pankaj take that. Please, thank you. Let Pankaj take that. Let Pankaj take that. Everyone else, Pankaj takes that. It's not 1 versus 1. It's Pankaj is taking that. Pankaj is taking that. Pankaj, you continue. It's not a versus. Pankaj, continue. Let him continue. Everyone on. Thank you. Sanju, thank you. Let him continue. This is wrong, Sanju. He should be allowed to continue. The question was to him. You continue. Pankaj, answer the question for God's sake.
The ruling party.
Answer the question, Pankaj. The question was about public support for Arvind Kejriwal. Can I have your response to my question? You stop responding to Sanju. You answer my question. Answer the question. Okay, answer the question, Pankaj.
I am telling sympathy is increasing for Kejriwal or not. This is not the issue. The entire nation is watching the hidden objective, which is to create an atmosphere at the time of election that opposition is indulgent wrongdoings and Kejriwal not cooperating in investigation. And ruling dispensation is the only prayerful, temple-going outfit. And there is no other way for opposition leaders than to join BJP washroom to take a jacuzzi bath, and only then a character certificate will be issued to them. And refusing this guy, refusing this, please keep quiet, Sanjuji. Please keep quiet, Sanjuji. Please keep quiet, Sanjuji. Let me complete my point. Let me complete my point. Entire nation watching how you try to hijack the whole show and try to curb the voice of others. You don't want to listen to the other voice. This is your problem.
Investigation against Ajit Pawar been suspended? No. Has investigation against Chhagan Bhujbal been suspended? No.
I ask this question now. 1 minute, Sanju, you cut him short there. My next question is to Anmol. Just calm down a minute. Anmol. See, yes, you say that the government is against us, the courts will be with us. I take the example of Satyendra Jain. The Supreme Court, while rejecting Satyendra Jain's bail plea recently, said that there is sufficient evidence to hold him prima facie guilty.
There is not even
this
an
is a
indirect
very
evidence.
big observation.
You are talking
of the
about
Supreme Court.
sufficient evidence. I am saying not even an indirect evidence.
Sir, that is, sir, 1 minute. Anmol, can I complete my point? Anmol, can I complete my point? Let viewers decide after that what this amounts to. The Supreme Court says, I am quoting the Supreme Court of India. We are of the opinion that the appellants have miserably failed to satisfy us, that there are reasonable grounds for believing they are not guilty of the alleged offences. On the contrary, the Supreme Court says, there is sufficient material collected by the Enforcement Directorate to show that they are prima facie guilty of the alleged offences. In response to this, Arvind Kejriwal says, Satyendra Jain is a hero for us. But he will not say what the Supreme Court has said about Satyendra Jain. Second example now, please. Second example. In the case of Manish Sisodia, Raghav Chadda says this action is a textbook example of the abuse of law. However, the Delhi High Court says the evidence collected so far shows that the applicant, through accused Vijay Nair, was in contact with the South Lobby, and the formulation of a favourable policy for them was being ensured at every cost. The High Court further refused to grant bail to Vijay Nair, saying the allegations against him are, quote, extremely serious in nature. But you won't refer to that. You will say that the BJP is trying to crush up and stop our campaign. The Supreme Court has further said that the 338 crore money trail has been tentatively established. And Arvind Kejriwal says liquor scam is not a scam. All these observations, Anmol, are observations of the Delhi High Court and the Supreme Court of India. These are observations of the honourable judges.
And the same Supreme Court. And please refer to the para 10 of the judgment which you have right now. And read it out for your viewers. That this assertion of 2.2 crores, which was alleged that Manish Sisodia took bribe from the middleman Dinesh Arora, is not a charge and an allegation made in the charge sheet filed even by the CBI. There is no specific role has been attributed to Mr. Sisodia. As far as Satyendra Jain's case is concerned, there's not even an indirect evidence.
Free man, because Manish Sisodia has been convicted in the
establishment of money trail which you are alleging,
that
same paragraph says that
what is
none of the
Sanjay Singh doing in
allegations
Tihar jail?
have been proved right now.
It is because Sanjay Singh has not been
needs
declared
to be
innocent.
established and proven.
If the matter is sub judice, that
After
does
the
not
trial
mean
gets
that
complete.
the accused is innocent. It simply means that the trial is on.
Provide defense evidence which will demolish the case of Enforcement Directorate.
What about the CAG? The CAG has clearly indicted in its report Arvind Kejriwal.
Sanjuji, you must tell the viewers about the extortion scheme.
Are you telling me the CAG is wrong?
About the extortion for Bharatiya Janata Party
scheme. The Revenue Court is wrong. The Patiala House Court is wrong. The Delhi High Court is wrong. Sirf Kejriwal Harish Chandra hai.
I think viewers, I'm running very over. I'm running very over on time. I'm running very over on time. I would say one thing, Anmol. Eventually, we all agree the matter will be dealt with by the courts. But I have said it. Repeatedly, that nobody can give a guarantee if you are interrogated, you won't be arrested. And I think Arvind Kejriwal should stop pushing it any further and, if instructed by the Delhi High Court, appear before the ED regardless of what happens next, ED or CBI. Ladies and gentlemen, when I come back on the other side tonight, lots more updates this evening, including a very relevant situation that is building up across Pakistan. We've had bomb blasts in Gwadar, we have attacks by the Taliban, and we have a very treacherous financial situation that they are facing. All of this put together in my last debate.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bhupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bhupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
इस्तीफा तो मैं भेज चुका हूं। साथियों, कल एनडीए गठबंधन के द्वारा बिहार में 40 लोकसभा सीटों के लिए किस दल को कितना सीट मिलेगा, इसकी घोषणा हो गई। मैंने आज से 5-6 दिन पहले प्रेस वार्ता में मैंने कहा था कि हम तब तक इंतजार करेंगे जब तक
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Good evening and welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, there is political tension. There is tension in Karnataka, specifically Bengaluru, over an attack on an innocent citizen for playing the Hanuman Chalisa in his shop. Now, what's wrong with playing the Hanuman Chalisa? What's wrong with a Hindu playing the Hanuman Chalisa within his premises? Is that not his right? Is that a crime today? Naturally, given the political overtones of such an incident, the BJP has picked it up before an election. Now the parties say, why has the BJP made it political? Of course, issues that emerge in society will be discussed politically. Why should they not be? Should politics be done in a social vacuum? The issue is not why or whether the BJP has picked this up. The issue is rather why any Indian citizen should be brutally attacked, why a Hindu should be bashed up and beaten in Congress-ruled Karnataka for playing the Hanuman Chalisa in the first place? It's the Congress which has to answer, it's the state government which has to answer. The question specifically is therefore of majority rights. Let's talk about it, ladies and gentlemen. Does the majority have rights? Do those people who believe in minority rights also believe in the rights of the majority? Do the rights to practice and propagate your religion in a way that you want to, which apply to the minority, also apply to the majority? Or just because you are a Hindu, are you to be treated in an unequal manner? In a secular country and a secular state of a secular country, what are the rights of the Hindus in Congress-ruled Karnataka? Is protecting the rights of the majority sentiment, not the responsibility of... Very, very happy to announce that Niva Bopa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bopa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
From the Delhi studios of Republic TV, it's time for the debate.
Arnab Goswami on the debate at 10, powered by Reva University, Quick Heal Secrite, Policy Bazaar, co-powered by 99acres.com, Dark Editions by Tata Motors.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's time for the nation's sharpest opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, 80,439 are all pending cases in the Supreme Court as of 2023. It was an all-time high. As opposed, ladies and gentlemen, as opposed to the Supreme Court in the United States of America that heard about 70 cases a year, the Supreme Court of India is estimated to hear 700 plus legal matters every single day. Ladies and gentlemen, that's just phenomenal. But dear viewers, for a system so committed, so robust to deliver justice to the people, is it a waste of time to flood the courts, inundate the courts, all kinds of petitions and PILs? Especially those which are settled matters by the parliament, by the executive. Just waste the time of the court in that. When there are so many important matters, if every action of the executive it starts getting questioned in the courts. Does it not raise different issues, serious questions? Today, ladies and gentlemen, the Modi government was once again reiterating that Rohingyas have no fundamental right to reside in India. Of course they don't. If they're illegal infiltrators, they don't have a fundamental right. What is there to discuss, debate? The government impressed upon the honorable courts that the domain of policy and legislature are domains left to the right of parliament, and I totally agree, and so does the court, I'm sure. So does the court. Policy is for the government to do. Otherwise, what's the point of having a government? What's the point of having parliament? Because in the year 2022, the very Supreme Court that heard the PIL today is the very same Supreme Court which in the context of Rohingya said that there are some issues best left to the executive. So settle the matter. So the honorable courts are acutely mindful that the domains of the executive and the judiciary are exclusive and coexist independent of one another. But all settled matters go to the courts. All activists go to the courts. Every day there are thousands of petitions. All petitions will be discussed, debated as high constitutional matters. The courts have so many important things to do, rather than keep hearing whether Rohingyas should have a right to live in India. And there is an increasing discussion these days about whether there is a thrilling trend of opposition parties directly or through proxies rushing to the courts to settle matters that they cannot or address or counter politically. Now, for them to do that, if these opposition parties or groups want to decide policy matters, there is a simple way. Fight the election, get elected, have the numbers in parliament, pass your laws, decide your policy, run your government. But why make the courts do what you can't do? And whether the courts should entertain these things at all or not, or dismiss a large number of petitions as frivolous petitions, especially on matters which are purely under the domain, command and prerogative of the executive of India, the democratically elected government of India, the democratically elected policymakers of India. Because the government is now increasingly being brought in, whether it's the Rohingya case, whether it's the CA case, whether it's the election commission appointment, whether this or that or this or that. Constantly, the government has been of late reiterating and impressing in the courts the right of parliament to govern, the right of the government to formulate laws, the right of the government to execute policy, because they have been elected to do it. We are going through a general election. And as a citizen, I also believe that many people have started to file petitions which are quasi-political, which I believe are quasi-causes of the opposition. And this matrix of NGO workers and rent-a-cause activists have a mirroring agenda to the opposition causes. So then the question arises on whether the courts can or should entertain PILs by this brigade at all. I'm not talking about a specific case, but this is the broad trend. Because the unelected quasi-opposition, wearing the hat of NGO activists, will start playing the role of the opposition, and the courts will be asked to settle scores that the opposition cannot in parliament. That is not the right way to go about it. That is not right for the country. That is not right for our democracy. And that is my firm view. Let's debate.
हम कोई ज़्यादा लोग नहीं है, 40-45 हज़ार लोग इंडिया में, ऑल इंडिया में मिला के। तो इतनी लोगों को सरकार रख भी सकती है, भेज भी सकती है कहीं भी। तो हमें कोई किसी से रखेगा तब भी हम खुशी हैं, नहीं रखेंगे तब भी हम खुशी हैं। सरकार जो करेंगे उसमें हम एग्री हैं, राजी हैं, हम उनके खिलाफ नहीं जाएंगे।
हम लोग को बुद्धिस्ट सरकार जो है ना, रकाइन स्टेट में हम लोग रहते थे, वहाँ पे हमारे घर वर जला दिया, मस्जिद जला दिया, बहुत हम लोग को जुल्म हुआ है। हम लोग सुनते थे वहाँ पे बड़े बड़े लोगों से, इंडिया बहुत अच्छा जगह है, इंडिया में इंसानियत है। फिल्म भी देखते थे हम लोग यहाँ की, बहुत अच्छा लगता था हम लोग को। शौक ये था कि इंडिया में जाके हम लोग ज़िंदगी गुजार लेंगे।
This was the response after Centre has made its stand clear on infiltration of Rohingyas by opposing a plea to protect them in the Supreme Court.
The affidavit filed by the Centre before the topmost court of the country makes certain things very clear on Rohingyas, that they are illegal immigrants, they have no right to settle and reside. In fact, as per law, there is a constitutional mandate under the Foreigners Act to deport any illegals, and there are a number of Supreme Court verdicts, including the Sarbaran Sonowal versus the Union of India, in which the topmost court of the country has said clearly that all illegals should be deported.
The centre has made it clear that whether or not any class of persons are to be recognized as refugees is a pure policy decision. And declaration of refugees can't be made by judicial order. The centre has claimed the continued illegal migration and stay of the Rohingyas have serious ramifications for national security. Can there be any recognition of refugee status outside the legislative framework? Let's debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sardar R.P. Singh of the BJP, Swapnil Kothari, senior lawyer, Pulla Rao, who backs the DMK. We've seen their manifesto today. Advocate Tala Amir Rashidi of the Rashtriya Ulama Council, and Subhash Chandran KR is a CPIM lawyer. I start with you, Mr. Subhash Chandranji. What is there to discuss and debate? This entire matter about Rohingyas has been settled by government policy.
We are discussing about the pending matters in Supreme Court. And when you face a challenge in your life, you have rushed to the Supreme Court for the bail. When Mr. Arnab Goswami was facing a challenge in his life, when the political opponents were filing multiple FIR in different states against Mr. Arnab Goswami, so he rushed to the Supreme Court for getting a relief from the Supreme Court. And this is not applicable for the poor Rohingya. This is not applicable for the poor people of this country.
One minute. Subhash Chandranji, I have a very quick response to you.
Goswami is the citizen of the country. What are you?
One minute. Mr. R.P. Singh, please wait. Everyone on. Mr. R.P. Singh, please wait. He made a reference to me. I'll reply to him. He made a reference to me. I'll reply to him. He made a reference to me, R.P. Singh. I'll reply to him. 1 minute, sir. 1 minute. No. Mr. R.P. Singh, he made a reference to me, not to you. I'm replying to him. Thank you very much. No, please, sir. We're wasting time. 1 minute. Now, I was born in this country. My forefathers are from this country. Both my grandfathers are freedom fighters. Okay, I was born in Guwahati, not in Myanmar. At no age did I infiltrate into the country.
Arnab,
I am not a Rohingya.
According to me,
so I think that's the stupidest comparison that you could have made. 1 point. 1 minute. No, 1 minute. So the stupidest comparison you can make, ladies and gentlemen, that why you can go to the courts but a Rohingya can't go. Yes, because I'm a citizen of this country. Second point, Mr. Chandran, please understand. Please understand. No, 1 minute. Arey, 1 minute wait. Wait, listen to me. The stupidest argument am I a Rohingya? Is this what I have to hear today? Should people say, oh, but you have an Indian passport, why can't a Rohingya have an Indian passport? Well, because he's a Rohingya, I'm not.
I have filed a petition on
this is the limit of wokeness.
And this is pending since 2017.
I've seen woke argument. What is this argument?
And my petition on behalf of the Rohingya
one second.
Since 2017. And you don't question the wisdom or the capacity of the Supreme Court judges. They have found some prima facie case in the Rohingyas. That's why in 2017 the Supreme Court has intervened. They have issued the notice. And the matter is pending in the last
I have my view.
Years. Okay. So don't question the wisdom of the Supreme Court.
Mr. Chandran, should we hear the opposite view now? Now that I have successfully established and hopefully proven to you that I am not an illegal infiltrator in this country, I would like to hear a response from the other side. My limited point is I respect the courts tremendously. And with the highest of the respect to the courts, I am of a view as a citizen of India that there are many pending matters that come up before the courts. And don't tell me that I don't respect the legal process, because I will tell you, don't teach me the legal process, sir. I respect the legal process. 1 minute, sir. When a case was filed against me by a retired Supreme Court judge, listen, Mr. Chandran, you have to have patience to listen.
Please, please.
When a case was filed against me by a retired Supreme Court judge, okay, by a retired Supreme Court judge, no less. And when the case was that on the channel that I was the editor of, by mistake, one picture went of a wrong person. The judge took offense, the case went to the Supreme Court. Don't tell me, my lawyers, the highest lawyers of the country at that time, Harish Salve, Gopal Subramaniam, stood up in the court. My plea was dismissed by saying, first put 20 crore rupees. And 20 crore rupees as some kind of a, it's what you call a collateral or something, had to be registered. And it was duly followed. And by the way, don't you dare pick up my case, because my case, when I went not to the Supreme Court, when I went to the High Court, saying these people have filed a false case against me, I was told, go back to the lower courts, come to the High Court through the due process, which I followed. So please do not try to drag my case in every case. Tomorrow you will say Arnab Goswami's case should be used to justify Rohingyas. Am I Rohingya? I take offense to what you have said, Mr. Chandran.
They have a right.
My point is my limited. No, sir, there is a limit. You will use my case to defend every Maoist, okay? But now you'll use it to defend Rohingyas, not okay, sir. My point being, it is wrong for people to take the time of the court in all cases. The Honorable Supreme Court has settled many matters. Should some matters not be in the realm of policy? That's a limited point I started with.
You.
Now, who would like to respond to that?
Right.
Swapnil wanted to make a point. I'll come back to you.
Yeah. Now, Mr. Chandran, please allow me the courtesy to talk. You see, that the thing is that the Foreigners Act comes into play. These are infiltrators, illegal immigrants. They need to be deported. They don't have a fundamental right to reside and settle in this country like you and I do. Plain and simple. We have to protect the demographic structure of the constitution of our country as per the constitution. And that is exactly what the Supreme Court is doing by hearing this case out. Should it find any amount of credibility in this, which I don't think there is. Arnab, going forward, I am sure, given the fact that there is a Citizenship Amendment Act rules that have come into play very recently, there are bound to be some litigations or some proceedings more frivolous, some genuine. And the Supreme Court will have to be very, very strict about it and levy heavy fines, which it does, heavy penalties on frivolous litigators, so that it boots these cases out like a roll call and an attendance roll call at a school and say that this is out, this is out, this is out. The other thing is, Arnab, all these, as you rightly pointed out, that these proceedings are quasi-political. Since they do not muster enough strength to argue out in the parliament, they file these bogus cases and try to defenestrate the government. The government is doing a lovely job as far as ensuring that minorities who have been persecuted outside, being Hindus, Parsis, Muslims, Sikhs, Christians, not Muslims, Sikhs, Christians, etc., under the Citizenship Amendment Act can apply for quicker citizenship as per these rules here. So that is the background of this, a silent background hovering behind these kind of bogus petitions and bogus proceedings that you and I are noticing today. You have a very, very valid point that the Supreme Court needs to look at more important cases, 80,439 that you pointed out in 2023, as of 2023. That's a mind-boggling number, and many will come as appellate courts, etc., and all of those things, or even under Article 32, which is a direct approach to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will have to come out tough on these kind of things, and the government, unfortunately, will try its best, but the opposition is not mature enough in this country, and there will be more and more of this nonsense coming.
The pressure builds up, however. The pressure builds up.
We need to speed it up.
I must concede here, Swapnil. I want to get in the others. What happens is, and one can understand that the pressure builds up.
The Supreme Court issued the notice in 2017. The matters are pending. So there is a prima facie case. Sir, being a lawyer, you should not do like this, please. The undocumented migrant workers.
I'm not saying anything to your point. I'm asking Arnab to speak. Then you can make your point. That's all I'm saying. I'm not
the
scoffing
Supreme
at
Court
you.
found some prima facie case in that matter. That's why the Supreme Court issued the notice. The matter is pending for more than 6-7 years.
We are on a.
And
He's on a different point altogether, Mr. Chandran. Please hear him out.
We are on a little bit. So what I'm saying is what I'm saying is, first of all, we must be practical. Yes, RP.
I have a very small point. All these cases which are being contested for Rohingyas are from a certain section of people and supported by particular political parties like person sitting here from the left or by TMC, just keeping in view the broader vote bank in mind. They are trying to appease broader vote bank. They are trying to appease, I'm very clear on this, they are trying to appease Muslim vote bank by supporting Rohingya's cause, whereas and opposing the cause of the persecuted Hindus and Sikhs in Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan. They'll oppose that tooth and nail and they'll support Rohingyas who are illegal immigrants. They are not even refugees here. Sir, you can placate your vote bank. We can understand. We understand your compulsion. We understand your compulsion. You are trying to placate your vote bank and trying to use Rohingyas as tools.
Opposing that. So the Muslim vote bank.
Okay, can I get?
PIL or the BJP government opposing it because you want to appease the Hindu vote bank. When you talk about the CAA law, you that this law was brought into power because you want to.
They are illegal migrants. If you are so much for illegal migrants in the country, please open your door, your house, and you are giving space in your bedroom.
The audio is not clear. Get his audio fixed. Tala, your audio is not clear. Tala, your audio is not clear. The audio is not clear. I'll have to fix the audio there. Producers, can you look into it?
You talk about
1 minute. 1 minute. Sir,
because
okay.
you want to polarize, you want to know your
between India and Myanmar, there's a nation named Bangladesh. Between India and Myanmar, there's a nation named Bangladesh.
Persecuted.
Why is Bangladesh not supporting them? Bangladesh is a Muslim Islamic state.
Do you believe in
Bangladesh is Islamic state? Why Bangladesh is not supporting them? Why Bangladesh is not hosting them?
Okay, Can I come back into the debate? Thank you so much. Can I Tala 1 minute. Tala 1 minute. Tala 1 minute. I want to make one point here. I want to make a point here that in the past, the issue here is, viewers, what should the courts get into and what should the courts not get into? Where should the courts also understand that it is for the for the government to policy is for the government to handle. Just one simple point I need to make here. At which point of time, ladies and gentlemen, are we...
The policy should be same for everyone. Why is this discrimination?
Tala,
you belong to a specific region. The policy changes. But we are ready to accommodate people who are Hindu, who are Parsis, who are Sikhs. I am not against them. Accommodate them. But be human to them. Why all this hypocrisy, the just because of these
Mr. Tala, they are illegal immigrants. It's as simple as that. They are infiltrators. We don't have the bandwidth to stop them, to store them. Here, we cannot let them reside. We are not the United States. We have 1/3 of their size and 3 times their population.
Okay, let's get Pulla into the debate. While I fix the audio there. Pulla, now let's move away from the specific issue of Rohingyas. Let's pull away from the specific issue of Rohingyas. 1 minute. Let's pull away from the specific issue of Rohingyas for a moment and look into another issue which I am alluding to repeatedly. That the courts and the government have two different roles. There will constantly be people who will go to the courts and say government is bad in this, government is bad, we don't agree with this government policy, that government policy. It is for the courts to decide how much they can entertain of these petitions. Earlier, Supreme Court judge on the Tribunal Reforms Ordinance 2021 said that the courts cannot strike down law enacted by the Parliament/legislature. Supreme Court Judge Hemant Gupta said that if a law is enacted in Parliament or a legislature, the court cannot strike that down
even if it is assumably contrary to the directions or guidelines of the court. We have to respect the right of parliament, right of government. Supreme Court, on the plea challenging elections from 2 constituencies, also had further said that in matters of legislative decisions, the parliament is the competent authority to decide. The Supreme Court has in the past refused to entertain pleas filed by non-profit groups saying Supreme Court of India cannot advise the parliament. These are the words. They said, Justice Dattu said, it is not for this court to start advising, making suggestions to MPs about what to do, what not to do. They are experienced people, they have wisdom, they know their responsibilities, they know how to conduct themselves. We are not here to advise them and not expected to either. So, you know, if a wrong trend happens, it will be looked at like the court is trying to school the executive, school the legislature on all matters. And we have to be mindful of these things. Because today we are in a situation, Pula Raoji, where the opposition is in numbers very weak. And therefore increasing number of matters where they disagree with policy will end up taking the time of the court. What am I saying wrong? Everything will go to the court. And the court has indicated earlier that it's a little fed up of that when they said, we are not in the matter of going, doing things that are in the political domain. Is there something called a political domain or not, Mr. Rao? Beyond all
Absolutely,
this?
there is
Or an
something
executive
called a political domain. There is something called policy. Courts shouldn't interfere in policy, except in extreme cases if that policy goes against the guidelines. All of this I agree. I simply have one question. You say deport them. If the court says deport them, where will you deport them to? 2015, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi went to Myanmar, had a long discussion there, and they said, sorry, we are not going to take them back. They got out of here for other reasons from Myanmar. Then they went to Bangladesh. Bangladesh said, we already have 1 million of them, we cannot take any
Sir,
more.
please don't mistake foreign policy, politics and governance. Sir, please, that is the decision between governments. It is not for the Supreme Court to handle. No, sir. No, sir. You can't get into this that you are... No, you can't. Tomorrow you will say the domestic policy, foreign policy, all decisions because it is inconvenient on the aspect of human rights because Amnesty International says something. We have to take this policy. What is this, sir?
1 minute, please.
Are we a sovereign country? Are we a sovereign country?
Similar situation.
So which sovereign country? So I'm sorry, but this is...
Britain. You know very well the thousands of people who came by boat landed in Britain. Where was Britain going to send them? They finally found a country called Rwanda willing to take them, to hold them. Even that has not gone through. The problem here, why the court is intervening in this issue, I agree with you, I agree with others. We are not a signatory to the United Nations refugee organizations, mandates. We are not. India is not a signatory.
Sir, in our
we have
country,
protested. But there has
in our
been a
country,
failure
we
somewhere.
can't settle political scores in courts. Sir, Mr. Rao, I am on a larger point. We cannot settle political scores in court. Politics, foreign policy, domestic policy, policy is all settled in the poll booth. Differences in policy are settled in parliament. This is a prescribed way. This is how countries run. Politics is on the campaign. Governance and policy making is in parliament by the elected will of the people. This is the way countries run. Today in our country, abrogation of 370 finds its way to parliament. In the court, CA goes to the court, Rohingya goes to the court, demonetization goes to the court, everything goes to the court. Then what is the government for? Is the government supposed to be on its toes? No, I'm asking you, everybody on, is the government going to be constantly on tenterhooks? That we can't decide anything?
One point to draw your attention.
Why don't you
our parliament does not have the power to pass an enabling law. That any policy takes, like, Hitler did in his regime. We don't have that. So every action, I agree with you,
you are raising issues here.
It's tested.
Arnav, can I make a point? Mr. Rao, what you are saying, Arnav already knows about that the parliament has its territory restricted, as does the judiciary. The point that Arnav is trying to make, the larger point, is that shouldn't the government have some leeway? Otherwise, every decision that it takes, it has to look over its shoulder and prepare its lawyers and say that, this is going to be challenged in the courts. And there has to be some maturity from the opposition to say that, okay, let us lie low, these kind of things, let us accept it and let us move on and let us challenge only key things. Now, the next debate that Arnav is going to take up is more serious, because I'll tell you, an imploding neighbor is more dangerous than an exploding family member. So we have to ensure that our neighbors are also stable at the same point. So that is what I'm trying to say. We cannot, we cannot allow them to succumb internally. Otherwise, that shrapnel from there is going to fall all over us. So what Arnab, the point he is trying to make is that the courts
also we have to, if you're looking at
justice to our own citizens quickly.
If you're looking, at this issue, then Mr. Chandran, Article 50 of the Constitution, separation of judiciary from the executive. This is, the doctrine of separation of powers should also hold validity. If every decision of the parliament has to eventually be challenged in the court, then does the parliament have no authority? These are structurally flawed issues.
The parliament cannot enact
I am aware, sir, of basic
against
structure.
the constitution. It has to be tested. The constitutional validity has to be tested in the courts, the constitutional courts.
We test everything.
That's why we are before the Honorable Supreme Court. And the policies will have to be tested.
So Parliament should stop functioning, it means. Everything will be decided by the court. Then what is the
why did we elect a government?
What is the Parliament for?
Why did we elect a government? Then why have a government? Then you don't have a government, sir.
Why do 97 crore people
don't have a government? Why do you need a government in this country then? I'm on.
Let there be election.
Then we don't need a government in the country.
Let people decide who is the judge of the court.
It has to be tested.
Foreign policy, domestic policy, every policy we decide by the Supreme Court through PILs.
Obviously, the courts will interfere.
Both
the courts will interfere, Arnab.
So the judiciary, so the executive.
No, whatever the acts you are passing, is it constitutional? Recently, the Supreme Court has set aside many enactments, many sections of the many acts, finding that it's unconstitutional.
Yeah, so run the country through the courts. Then you run the country through the courts.
Contrary to the constitution.
Okay, so Swapnil is on, viewers.
It has to be tested before the
Sir, please, first of all,
point to make to you. What you are telling me is that
Swapnil,
if
everyone
the
on
government
Swapnil
passes these kind of decisions, if the government passes these kind of decisions, it should ask me before it passes. Although it is in the majority, although it is an elected government. Otherwise, I'm going to go to the courts and I'm going to challenge every single damn thing that is coming my way. And even if I make an agreement with you, saying that, okay, please don't
everything on some constitutional principle.
So that again you will challenge. So, the point is that again and again I'll be finding the courts to find the government. So the larger point is that somewhere you have to give the leeway to the government and challenge only important things. This challenge, this petition, this particular litigation, I'm not sure whether it is bogus or genuine, but given the fact that it's timing just before the elections, it is not going to hold much water before the court on its very own footing itself.
No, I wish to bring in, if you stand before the courts today, any court, I'm not saying Supreme Court, High Court, Appellate Court, Sessions Court. I have stood before many courts asking for justice. I keep fighting for my reporters. We have all kinds of cases filed against us by state governments. We keep fighting, however frivolous they are. I know what the value of an appearance or time before the court said. No, let nobody say we violate the process. We go by the process. Now, my question is, Mr. Chandran, let me draw you in. This Rohingya issue, April 22, the Supreme Court said the Rohingya these are issues best left to the executive. Supreme Court said in April 22, I quote, these are political issues. Take it up with the government. If we had to take up all your PILs, the words of the Supreme Court, very instructional 2 years later. If we had to take up all your PILs, then why did we elect the government?
Exactly.
This question being asked in this country today is a big deal. There are houses, there is Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. These are, these are words of the Honorable Supreme Court. Sir, then why, again you bring it up before the court? Discuss it, debate it, center, issue center, notice, respond. This is all that will go on, sir.
Mr. Chandran, please be prepared for a heavy fine, for a heavy penalty.
Yeah, every time when you run the government through the courts, sir, run the country through the courts, through petitions. Petitions don't run a country, sir. Petitions are not the way to run the country, sir.
The Supreme Court would have found it's frivolous. Then
you want to litigate everything.
Itself. The same moment itself, it would have been dismissed.
I'm sure this will be dismissed anyway.
Our petitions are pending since 2017.
Sir, we are not a signatory to the 1951 UN Refugee Convention.
Right, exactly.
I don't understand.
Not to the 67 rules of the refugees. So anyways, Mr. Chandran, the point that Mr. Goswami is trying to make is very simple. that you are going to be told by the Supreme Court once again that this litigation is bogus, this is frivolous, because it violates, there is a
Okay, I'm going back to the debate, ladies and gentlemen.
That is what I'm trying to tell you, Mr. Chandran. Please understand.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are many complex issues that emerge out of this. It's not only about the Rohingya issue, it's the overall trend. Louder. Well, I'll debate this further. I think it sets up for another big debate soon. I'll take a 30-second quick Securite commercial break. A lot of responses to that Rohingya policy debate. Back in 30 seconds.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Very happy to announce that Niva Bopa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bopa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
I want to support all the players that are in the squad. That is big because in the program, you don't have the program here. That today, thank you, boss. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Because people say, oh, big squad. But do you see the names? Under 18, under 18, under 18, under 18, under 21, under 21, under 21. And sometimes people can confuse you. No, big squad. Do you know why we use too many and we put here? Because we use this guy. Few minutes in Carabao Cup, in the FA Cup, or in Premier League. Because of.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 8 terrorists armed with automatic assault weapons stormed the Gwadar Port Authority complex in Pakistan's Baluchistan province. BLA has taken responsibility. Now, overall, if you see the situation in Pakistan, whether with Baluchistan, lot of tension with Afghanistan, attacks, Pakistan army officers have been killed in Afghan attacks. We all know the situation in NWFP, it's going out of control, and nobody, not China, can help them this time. Let's debate.
Gunfire across the Durand line, the border between Pakistan and Afghanistan. Taliban, whose win was celebrated by Pakistan.
जब आप ज़हनी गुलाम बनते हैं तो ये याद रखें असल गुलामी से ज़्यादा बुरी ज़हनी गुलामी है। ज़हनी गुलामी की ज़ंजीरें तोड़ना ज़्यादा मुश्किल होता है। जो अभी अफ़गानिस्तान में गुलामी की ज़ंजीरें तो तोड़ दी उन्होंने, लेकिन जो ज़हनी गुलामी की ज़ंजीरें वो नहीं टूटती।
Now Pakistan is getting hammered by the people it nurtured. Buyer's remorse for Pakistan as it counts its dead. And today, broke Pakistan targeted at the economically important Gwadar port.
Pakistan security agencies repulsed an attack today. It was an attack unleashed by Balochistan Liberation Army on iconic Gwadar port in Balochistan's Gwadar city. It was not an ordinary attack. Rather, it was an attack on China-Pakistan economic door. It was an attack on China-Pakistan friendship.
This just weeks after Iran struck Pakistan in the same province. Pakistan broke and with its back against the wall, reaping what it sowed. Let's debate.
Javed Khan, my first question to you, and General Dhruv Katoch, Director of the India Foundation, welcome, and Andrew K.P. Leung from Hong Kong, welcome. Javed Khanji, this incident in Gwadar which has happened, direct attack by the Baluch, the BLA has taken responsibility. It is a direct attack, it's a series of cascading attacks. You've also seen the attacks that have come in from the Taliban in which Pakistan army personnel have been killed. And the Baluch group has claimed responsibility here. These implosions are becoming frequent at a time when your economic situation is also going from bad to worse. So are you in any position to handle it? I mean, given the way it's escalating.
Yes, thank you very much, Arnav. I think it's quite obvious when terrorism is being stoked from the neighboring countries. They keep on supplying them the weapons and the training and the finances as well. So we have been suffering these insurgencies in Balochistan, and we have seen it. You have seen it in KP as well. Pakistan is battling the violent extremism on one hand, and the rest of Balochistan as well, where, of course, we have seen foreign countries' interference, where they have been supporting terrorist activities inside Pakistan. And it is not a new phenomenon. 8 tried to enter into the Gwadar port area, and they were all sent to hell. And of course, we have been taking casualties, but we are fighting and we will continue to fight. Why? I mean, what is so, strange about it that you don't know, which I don't know, because India is involved in terrorism in Pakistan.
What I'm saying is that they have attacked the Gwadar port. They have attacked the Gwadar port. They were heavily armed. Okay, and the Majid Brigade of the Baluch Liberation Army has claimed responsibility. You are on the back foot with the BLA, that is my analysis. And you have been unable to defend your own assets. That's my analysis, and Chinese would be very worried also. That is my reading. General Katoch?
I didn't defend.
General Katoch, would you want... General Katoch, let me get General Katoch's view. I'll come back to you, sir.
Thank you, Arnab. Arnab, as per the statement issued by the Majid Brigade of the Baloch Liberation Army, they have lost 7 of their personnel. They have become martyrs. But they have also stated that 28 Pakistanis have been killed. 4 of them were intelligence operators. I think I would like to go with the Baloch statement because they have given out their own casualties and the Pakistani casualties in a very fair manner. Now, when we are looking at what is happening in Balochistan, it is not something, as the Pakistani panelists said that, okay, neighboring countries tend to stoke it with a reference to India. Their problem started right since 1947. It's nothing new. Insurgency there has been ongoing since 1947 in various forms. And now it has become more virulent, basically because of the policies of the Pakistani state. Your statement, Arnab, will they be able to handle it? My assessment of the military personnel, no, they will not be able to handle it. They will come under increasing pressure and they are going to keep taking losses at a very high rate. I would also like to state, Arnab, that in your channel, when the Americans left Afghanistan, there was a lot of jubilation amongst some of the Pakistani panelists that they have won. In your channel, I had stated at that time, there are no victors in this game. In Afghanistan, there were no victors. And I said, while Pakistan may be celebrating today, they are going to be ruining their fate in the coming years. And that time has come. They have got a very unstable border with Afghanistan, a very unstable border with Iran, and paradoxically, their only stable border is with India. India is not supplying any weapons or arms or ammunition as far as Balochistan is concerned. The locals have been resisting them for 3 to 4 generations now. And it is not just confined to Balochistan. It has moved over to Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. And the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan is an organization which has been nurtured and fought with the Afghans. The Afghan Taliban
there were also it will be a point of concern, I'm sure, for the Chinese, because there are numerous Chinese nationals who have been working on these projects, and I'm sure it will be a matter of grave concern, not just for the economic interests of the Chinese, but the safety and the sustainability of Chinese investments in these areas, Mr. Leung.
Well, of course, the Gwadar port and the China-Pakistan economic corridor is an important conduit for China's Belt and Road initiative. It bypasses a number of the choke points for China's importation of energy through the South China Sea, for example, because the corridor provides a overland transport for all these essential commodities, including oil, gas, and minerals. So I think the Gwadar port, of course, is a strategic asset for China, let alone, of course, its own nationals, the safety of its own nationals. So naturally, China would like to see a stable kind of situation along this conduit. But of course, China, that's inside Pakistan's territory. It's within Pakistan's sovereignty.
But isn't the responsibility
able to?
but isn't the responsibility of isn't it
in terms of defense of Pakistan's?
but isn't Mr. Leung? Isn't it Pakistan's responsibility? Isn't it Pakistan's responsibility to provide security? Without security, your CPEC is going to go nowhere. And you know the situation, the law and order situation, you know the number of attacks, you know how many Chinese have been killed. So they are unable to provide you the security that your investments require. It's quite clear now.
No, true. I've already said
it's quite clear, and that is a reality.
Of course, the Pakistan's responsibility to provide security over the Gwadar port and its infrastructure and the safety of foreign nationals.
Now you're getting bombed at Gwadar. Your currency is failing. Your external debt is bad. Your crucial trade route, which the Chinese are depending on you for, is attacked by the Balochistan Liberation Army. And yet, instead of looking at improving the situation in Balochistan, you're making it go from bad to worse. You're targeting the people. Javed Khan, this is going south. The Gwadar part is part of the CPEC. It is part of Xi Jinping's Belt and Road Initiative. And it's coming apart, Javed Khanji. If this comes apart, there will be consequences.
Arnab, it's not coming apart. We are providing security, as you were talking with the guest from Hong Kong. We have already created a special division to provide security to the CPEC projects and the BRI as well. There is no danger to BRI or CPEC. We have constructed a series of projects as far as CPEC is concerned, and the second phase, which is going to start now, as the current government has shown its resolve to give fresh impetus to CPEC. As far as the insurgency or restiveness is concerned in Balochistan, you yourself pointed out it has been there for a long time. We have been dealing with it, and of course, there are no two opinions that there has been foreign interference. And I hate to mention once again
what foreign interference are you talking about, sir? I'm sorry, sir. What foreign interference are you talking about? What do you say? What foreign interference are you referring to, sir? Sir, what foreign interference are you referring to, sir?
Yeah, Arnab, you have to
be specific. What are you suggesting?
Specifically, I'm suggesting the Kulbushan network. Make no mistake that we busted that network, which was an Indian intelligence RAW, which carried out subversive activities in Balochistan through Kulbushan network. And even we know that we have the proofs that the terror financing is going on in KP as well, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa as well, as far as the Tehreek-e-Taliban movement is concerned. I mean, every movement has to have a certain amount of weapons and certain amount of financial
Sir,
support
you
and
are,
training
sir,
as well.
please
Where it is
understand.
coming
Sir,
from?
please understand. Please
Where it is coming
understand.
from?
1 minute, sir. Javed ji, I'll get General Baloch. 1 minute, sir, 1 minute, sir. Please don't just attack our Baluch brothers and sisters. Please stop killing Baluch children, targeting Baluch men and women who are innocently fighting for their basic rights, much like the people of Bangladesh did. When you unleashed that, unbelievable terror on them, they fought with the Mukti Bahini, they defeated you. I'm telling you, you're facing the same situation. Baluchistan is bordering Iran and Afghanistan, right? The people in Baluchistan have been fighting you for years. You are fighting today Afghanistan, you're fighting Iran, you're firing missiles at Iran, you're fighting Afghanistan, you're fighting your own people in Baluchistan, and you want to blame India. General Katoch, this is an indirect reference he's making to India. What do we have to do with it? We are watching with concern.
Arnab, theoretically, if India had a land border with Baluchistan, there was some case could have been made. But here, there is no case at all. Any support which we have to give has to go through the entire Sindh landmass and then enter Baluchistan. It doesn't work that way, India is not in the position to carry out support, though we will give moral support to the people of
Iran and
Baluchistan.
Afghanistan, General.
No, just listen to me. For the struggle, you see, they have been struggling and they have not been treated well. Even when you take Gwadar port, it is the land of the local people which has been taken away for the benefit of the Punjabi portion of Pakistan and for the benefit of the Chinese. Now, the poor Baloch has got nothing. Even when they had that gas was consumed by the whole of Pakistan, but the Balochis got nothing. Now, I think you have been very, very unfair. You have been treating Balochistan as a colony, ready to feed off it, the way Pakistan kept Bangladesh for that time, East Pakistan, for a very long time. Now, I am still of the view that Pakistan is in a position, if they work hard at it, to sort out the economic mess and to sort out the internal security problems. But this is dependent upon the fact that you can sort out your political problems. That I'm afraid you'll not be able to do. And
also given right now, and Andrew can give me an independent view of this. No, Andrew can give me an independent view of this. Andrew, the Pakistanis have an approach. Their feeling is that the Chinese have to fund us because the Chinese will use us to counterbalance India. This is the general view in Pakistan, that Chinese have no choice, they have to keep giving us money. Now, my own view, Andrew, is that Chinese don't have to keep giving money to the Pakistanis. And it is like the IMF does not have to keep giving money to the Pakistanis. There are conditions attached. If the Chinese are giving money, they are looking at their own interest also, which you are not defending. The IMF has given you 1 billion after a staff level agreement, 1 billion only, 1 billion, and you are overjoyed about it. But even those will have conditions attached. So I think, wouldn't you say, Andrew, that looking at its own economic interests, the Pakistanis must change their internal policies? Isn't that important?
Well, I don't think that Beijing would like to be dragged into to this as the important player to solve the security problem in another country's territory. But on the other hand, Beijing may be able to help in terms of negotiations because Beijing's usual approach to international conflicts is not a zero-sum kind of approach. Obviously, the other side, the insurgents, have got their own concerns and demands, and these have got to be met. And of course, the security situation has to be kept under control. So I think the most important thing is to really broker a kind of mutual dialogue and to resolve some differences rather than just confining to direct military conflicts.
Yeah, closing. Yes, absolutely. I just want to say, Javed ji, to you, that you're overjoyed that you got $1 billion today. You're overjoyed. You're so happy today that you got $1 billion. It's not going to last. Second point is, Javed ji, just look at the situation. I think China will soon be fed up with you because you have had 789 terror attacks and counter operations in 2023 alone. So no investment comes without a promise of security.
Of course, Arnab.
Andrew,
of course, I think.
Am I right? Am I right? No investment, not one. So you have a situation to handle. Very serious situation.
You rightly pointed.
Very, very serious situation.
I mean, as far as the figures are concerned of 2023, it was the figures are the highest in 6 years. We have seen the terror strikes in 2023, the highest in 6 years. Of course, your figures are correct. But as far as the $1 billion are concerned, I don't know how you get the impression that we are rejoicing over it. It is a necessity because we have to unlock several external finances. Our economy is definitely in the woods. And there's no two opinions about that. We don't want to hide behind the arguments that, well, all is well as far as our economy is concerned. But what my learned commentator from the Indian side stated about Pakistan, with stretching the same argument, I could say that there are also fault lines. You can talk about Manipur, you can talk about Naxalite movement, you can talk about the Sikh movement as well. So, I mean, there's nothing new as far as Pakistan is concerned. Your own country is suffering from these separatist movements. And of course, there are several fault lines. Your secularism has gone down the drain. There is a Hindutva right now, which is ruling the country. Minorities are being persecuted.
I think that there is. We must come to a conclusion, Javed. We must come to a conclusion today that to console yourself with any comparison with India will be unfair on yourself. You are in no position. Sir, only our oil companies spend about $12 to $20 billion only on green energy. The GDP of one of our companies, our GDP of your own country is smaller than the revenue of one of our companies. One Indian company's revenues are more than your GDP. So I think if you start comparing with India and China, I think even our Chinese friend will say that today India and China are operating in a different league. So this is not a fair comparison on you. And Dhruv Katoch is best. We are not wanting to see more bloodbath and terrorism in Pakistan, but this is a reality, General Katoch. General Katoch is a very experienced man. He can tell you what the situation is, the way we look at it.
Unless Pakistan sets aside its political disunity at this point of time, where they will not be able to resolve the other problems. Yes. And militarily, as a military man, I can tell you, the problems which they're facing on the internal security front, they are in no position to handle as of now. They are in no position to handle. It's going to continue for some time. The Chinese are not going to fund them without a quid pro quo, and neither are the Americans.
Yeah, it's getting tight. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a very realistic assessment of the situation in Pakistan, not the usual acrimony, but I think there is agreement. The situation is going from bad to worse. We're watching it. Thank you so much, Andrew, Javed and General Katoch. And viewers, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow sharp at 9 with the questions people don't ask everywhere and the analysis that you deserve. See you tomorrow evening at 9. Good night and goodbye.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bopa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio model. Niva Bopa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are
From the Delhi studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The reality is that the High Court is not providing any cover for Arvind Kejriwal, not giving him any relief. You all know what's been going on, viewers. For the last many months, many weeks, many months, Arvind Kejriwal has been somehow desperately trying to avoid facing the Enforcement Directorate investigation in Liquorgate. Now, what has happened today is that effectively today the High Court has told him to stop doing that. Kejriwal fears, Kejriwal thinks, in a way Kejriwal is convinced, it seems, that he will be arrested within 1 or 2 appearances before the investigating agencies, before the Enforcement Directorate. So he's buying time as much as he can, putting top lawyers, Abhishek Manu Singhvi and all that. But the High Court's attitude, number 1. K. Kavita's arrest last week, number 2. The fact that the Supreme Court has said that there is a prima facie case in Liquorgate, number 3. All of these together are very bad signs for the AAP and Arvind Kejriwal. It is for the agencies and the government to decide now. Do they have enough proof to officially name him as a co-conspirator and arrest him? And if indeed Kejriwal is arrested, either by the CBI or the Enforcement Directorate, will it damage the Aam Aadmi Party or will it give them sympathy? Dear viewers of Republic, here is my analysis on this. Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, at this stage of his political career, facing Liquorgate, with many of his colleagues in jail, with adverse observations of the High Court and the Supreme Court, is walking on a razor's edge now, viewers. And what do I expect? Well, I expect some very quick developments over the next 1 week in this case, so watch the space. That's debate number 1 for that reason tonight, because after back-to-back ducking, open defiance, top lawyers, the Delhi court has pulled up Kejriwal, but why won't he appear? Debate number 2 this evening, viewers. The centre makes its position clear on Rohingyas, but my view is something else. My view is there are so many other matters that the highest courts of the country, the appellate courts, the Supreme Court, should be looking at. No disrespect, but is it necessary to really spend the time of the court on every PIL? That's debate number 2. And debate number 3 this evening. More than 10 bomb attacks, incessant firing in Gwadar, Pakistan reaping what it has sowed, big trouble there. That's debate 3. And here are the headlines. This Wednesday evening, ladies and gentlemen, on the debate tonight. Big development in Liquorgate as the Delhi High Court pulls up Kejriwal, asks, why are you not appearing before the Enforcement Directorate? Centre makes stand clear on the Rohingya crisis, says they are illegal infiltrators who have no right to settle and reside in India. Complete shock over the Badaun horror. 2 children brutally killed, 1 critically injured. The accused is killed in an encounter by the UP police. 1 is still on the run. Big controversy as the DMK promises no CA implementation, no UCC rollout in Manifesto. BJP slams appeasement. Global support for the Prime Minister ahead of the elections. Putin extends the invite. Zelensky hopeful about his role in establishing peace. And Baloch group strikes Pakistan's Gwadar. More than 10 bomb attacks and incessant firing reported. 8 gunmen killed. And ladies and gentlemen, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has been ducking the central probe agencies one after another in Liquorgate. Even after 10 reminders, 9 summons, he has been outright defiant. He's facing heat from both the CBI and the ED now in both directions. And today, the Delhi High Court has seriously pulled up Kejriwal, asking him to exactly stop doing that. But why is Kejriwal ducking the ED summons repeatedly? And how long can he continue to do that? Is there a real possibility of his arrest? Let's debate.
चारों तरफ बीजेपी वाले घूम घूम के कह रहे हैं केजरीवाल को गिरफ्तार करेंगे। बीजेपी वालों को कैसे पता मेरे को गिरफ्तार करेंगे? क्योंकि बीजेपी ईडी चला रही है। तो मुझे अभी गिरफ्तार क्यों करेंगे लोकसभा चुनाव के पहले? क्योंकि वो नहीं चाहते कि लोकसभा चुनाव में मैं प्रचार करूं।
Arvind Kejriwal is breaking all records in India. He's set to create history for ducking agencies and getting nearly 10 reminders to be present for investigation.
Not just the Enforcement Directorate, but it also appears that CBI's investigation in the liquor scam has gained momentum. Top sources have indicated that in the days to come, a top leader could be summoned, and this time as an accused.
Kejriwal's tactics have struck a double whammy. He's now facing the heat from both ED and CBI.
ED maintains that the Delhi Chief Minister has skipped the summons on frivolous grounds. And the reason why they have sent about 9 summons in the liquor scam is because they believe that as the party chief, it is perhaps imperative that the Chief Minister explains whether at all his party has benefited in the liquor scam.
Elections are here, and legal strategy has taken precedence for Kejriwal. He's distracted from political strategy, facing setback after setback from the courts.
कि आज कोर्ट ने अरविंद केजरीवाल को आईना दिखाया है कि जिस सम्मन को अवैध बता रहे थे वो सम्मन भी वैध है और कोर्ट ने बड़ी तल्ख टिप्पणी की है कि आप जांच से भाग क्यों रहे हैं, आपको जांच के सामने जाना चाहिए। और मुझे लगता है अरविंद केजरीवाल और उसकी आम आदमी पार्टी के जितने लोग अब तक जिस तरह से एक प्रोपेगेंडा फैला रहे थे कि ये अवैध है या ये है, वो सब चीजें आज साफ हो गई। अब अरविंद केजरीवाल को जांच का सामना करना चाहिए।
Kejriwal has directly been named beneficiary of a scam by agencies. He's been accused of getting the kickbacks. Could he have avoided this legal mess by simply appearing? Let's debate.
We have Anmol Pawar of the Aam Aadmi Party, Sanju Verma of the BJP, Revolu Sridhar Reddy of the BRS. Viewers, please note that his party leader K. Kavita was arrested last week and continues to be in custody till the 23rd. At least I think she's in custody. Then we'll know what happens after that. And on both sides of the debate, political analyst Rajat Sethi and Pankaj Sharma. Anmol, I will start with you. I think that you should hear and note what the courts have said today. The courts have really come down very heavily on Arvind Kejriwal. And the courts have asked Kejriwal to stop skipping the summons. So this is now looking bad on you from the courts also. And the courts have said that you are a citizen of the country. You are a citizen of the country. The summons are by your name only. Why don't you appear when you are receiving the summons?
Has the court passed a judgment today?
How can you?
Is there any judgment which the court
has
passed
the court
today?
pulled you up today? But does this amount to being pulled up for not attending the summons?
Arnab, today we have challenged the illegal and politically motivated summons which has been sent by the ED. We have informed the court that the 9 summons which we have received, we have duly replied to them. And it is for the court to decide after hearing both the sides, after hearing our case, whether these summons are legal or illegal. But the court was considerate enough to issue the notice, and ED has to file a reply in that regard. So the matter is sub judice. We must wait for
that will buy you just a few more days. That will buy you just a few more days.
Arnab, let me refresh your memory. I think you are very well aware about the fact that this is not a liquor scam. This is an investigation scam. That this investigation scam is based upon unfounded and trumped up charges. The premise on the basis of which ED has issued a press release day before yesterday alleging that 100 crore has been transferred, this has been categorically denied by the Honorable Supreme Court in its judgment dated 30th October 2023. And the para 12 of the judgment, I can read it out. It says that the assertion in the complaint filed by DOE that a kickback of 100 crore was actually paid by the liquor group is somewhat debatable. It has not been proved, and the fact that it has not been proved yet. And the court also said that the charge that the appellant is vicariously liable in terms of Section 70 cannot be alleged, and it has not even been argued by the Enforcement Directorate.
May I?
So it speaks volumes about the credibility of the liquor
I am coming to you. One minute. One minute. No. Let's keep it short. We are moving. Anmol, you have opened your innings.
Let me make one.
You've opened your innings. You have opened your innings, and now you need to let me intervene. All your arguments don't need to be made at the very start. Sanju.
Thank you. Arnab, first and foremost, I think you nailed the...
No, 1 minute. Sanju, take the question. Sanju, take the question. I don't understand the leeway that you are giving Arvind Kejriwal. The first summons, ladies and gentlemen, to Arvind Kejriwal is sent in October 2023 to appear on November 2nd. Kejriwal said, I have work ahead of Diwali. He has been summoned 8 or 9 times. The 9th summon has also been sent. Hemant Soren was arrested after the 8th summon. Viewers, let me assure all the viewers of Republic, I hope you are not in an unfortunate situation of being summoned by the ED ever in your life. But if you are, let me assure you, if you don't attend the first summons, you'll be arrested. Therefore, the question you should ask the government is, what is this chitti aiye approach? Arrest him. If you have the evidence, arrest him. Take the matter before the people. Why this, why this dilly-dallying going on? It just doesn't make any sense.
Arnab, may I come in now?
Dilly-dallying because the real intention is something else.
Arnab, now I need to speak because I think my intervention was pending. Let me make my rebuttal and then the other gentleman can come in. So, Arnab, you made a very pertinent point, so I will not be verbose. I'll just make a few very quick points. As you rightly said, and you nailed the Aam Aadmi Party and Kejriwal's bluff. Did the court give relief to Kejriwal? Perhaps, yes. But did the court also castigate Arvind Kejriwal by asking him that if you're a citizen of India, what prevents you from, showing yourself up for the interrogation? And Abhishek Manu Singhvi, Kejriwal's lawyer in question, was just dilly-dallying and vacillating and had no answers. He went around in circles in a rigmarole.
Do you even know the procedure of law? Do you even know what happens on the first day of hearing?
I refuse to debate like this. This happens every single evening.
Now, would you agree with me? 1 minute. We had a really rough debate yesterday, and I need to make one point clear. See, Anmol, if I'll make a rule here. If Sanju interrupts you once, you can interrupt her once. But to be fair, she did not interrupt you at all in the introduction. So you should also, at least in the introduction, not interrupt her. Let's have both views, okay? Thank you. Sanju, complete your point.
Yes. Whether Sanju Verma knows the law or not is not important. The fact is that Arvind Kejriwal has no business trying to second guess the bona fides of our judiciary, trying to second guess the bona fides of the enforcement directorate, trying to second guess the bona fides of the CBI. And now for all those from the Kejriwal camp who want to teach law and legal jurisprudence to BJP spokespersons, let me tell you one thing. Under section 2, 21, 23, 29, 45, read that with section 50, subsection 2 of the PMLA Act, which the ED has quoted, on umpteen occasions. The enforcement directorate has the suo motu right to call anyone for interrogation in an ongoing case. This was upheld in July 2022 by no less than the CJI Chandrachud. Then again in April 2023, Abhishek Manu Singhvi went to the Supreme Court on behalf of how many opposition parties? 14 opposition parties, saying that the enforcement directorate is authoritarian, Narendra Modi is authoritarian, and they are using the ED to target the opposition. And CJI Chandrachud said, nothing doing. Politicians are also liable to be investigated. Do you have any specific case? Come to us. Do not generalize and say that the ED is being authoritarian. So, Abhishek Manu Singhvi's bluff has been called repeatedly between 2022 and 2024. My third point, they say, and this is the last point, that in any criminal ongoing investigation, there are three things which are very important: malafide intent, proceeds of crime, and a money trail. And I'm just going to read out 2 lines from the ED press release, Arnab, which you have. This is the press release dated 17th March 2024, just 3 days back. The ED says, raids at 245 locations, 1 prosecution complaint, 5 supplementary complaints, 15 arrests have been made, proceeds of crime of 128.79 crore, and a quid pro quo of rupees 100 crore has been established between K. Kavita, Arvind Kejriwal, and the top brass of Aam Aadmi Party, and the investigation process is ongoing, post which further action will be taken. And the ED is a statutory body. ED is not a handmaiden of Narendra Modi or Amit Shah. So when you undermine the enforcement directorate's credibility, you're undermining a statutory constitutional body. It was an advisory body in 1964, but since 2003, the enforcement directorate has the powers of a civil court.
Sanju, if that is all, 1 minute, just 1 minute. I intervene now. It has not, and I will come to this a second time, it has not answered my question that why don't you arrest him? You see, this ping pong has been going on for too long, and many citizens of the country watching this would be very upset, Rajat, and that what is going on. If the BJP has evidence, then you arrest him. If it's a fishing expedition, don't arrest him. But if you have evidence, you should arrest him. Now, Mr. Reddy, your leader, K. Kavita, is in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. Tell me one thing. Could she turn approver? Could she turn approver?
Why will
she turn approver?
Now she challenged her arrest in the court today. And
to
the
save herself,
Honorable Court has posted it for the hearing on 22nd of this month. The arrest itself is illegal.
No, but to save herself, could she turn approver?
The provisions of the law.
Could she reveal more? 1 minute, sir, 1 minute, sir, 1 minute. Sir, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. The question is about the proceeds of crime. Now, what if she reveals that this 100 crores was being paid via Vijay Nair for the Aam Aadmi Party's coffers? Because interestingly, Revolutionary Reddy, Aam Aadmi Party has got very little money, some 5 or 6 crores that I saw there, maybe a little bit more, through electoral bonds. So they are getting money through some other route. And if Kavita reveals that this money was for Aam Aadmi Party, that could be a useful way for herself to turn approver, disentangle herself in the case, save her political career, save the BRS, and throw Arvind Kejriwal under the bus.
One politically motivated case cannot disturb us, rather, threaten us, scare us and all that. We are prepared. Because whoever questions...
No, but this is what Mamata Banerjee also said about Partha Chatterjee. This is what Mamata Banerjee said about Anubrata Mandal. But now she does not defend them.
No. Very clearly.
So the immediate reaction to ED arrest and the considered reaction after 3 months are wholly different.
Arnav, today, let me clarify. Today, the Honorable Court admitted her plea, and we will be hearing the plea on 22nd of this month. Why we say many times these are politically motivated? What's happening in Telangana state, what happened before assembly elections, everybody knows. And as AP spokesperson was saying, here also in Telangana, repeatedly, BJP leaders say...
Rajat countering. Rajat allowed. Rajat is intervening. Yes, Rajat.
Why is not arresting Kavita? Why is BJP going soft on Kavita? That was the single biggest issue. Ask anybody on the streets of Telangana, of Hyderabad. The single point was that why has BJP not arrested Kavita? So had BJP been politically motivated, they would have arrested, and the BJP minister would have been ruling Telangana. That is the state of the fact. The BJP spokesperson cannot deny it. The question is before Aam Aadmi Party's Arvind Kejriwal as well. Therefore, the question is before the BJP, no more than the BJP, before the authorities. The authorities will have to stop this cat and mouse game. They will have to step up if there are substantial evidences against him. Kavita is coming an approval, not coming an approval, has scared substantial
I agree.
sort of
I agree. This is a. I agree with this description of this being a cat and mouse game, and I want to tell you, Pankaj.
Arnav, 10 seconds to me.
I want to tell you, Pankaj.
Arnav.
Okay, 10 seconds to you.
I will name three names, okay? Bhavna Gavli,
yes, sir.
Ishwat Jadhav, Pratap Sarnaik. These three leaders are from Maharashtra. They were in Uddhav Thackeray faction. Then they were given ED notices and they joined Eknath Shinde's faction. No ED cases. Today in the entire country, whatever ED case you speak about, active cases are of...
Is Kavita joining BJP?
That's a lie.
Is Kavita joining BJP, sir? You're trying to make a story here.
Motivated.
Is Kavita looking to join into BJP?
Was given 5 notices by ED.
Let's clear it out, sir. You are the BRS's official spokesperson. Is Kavita joining BJP?
Has not been thrown out.
And his wife, Yamini Jadhav, were given notices.
Amit Shah is on record.
Kavita joining BJP.
He joined Shinde faction. Gone.
Even if that
Pratap Sarnaik.
the BJP,
They were in Shiv Sena. Then money laundering cases were there. ED filed a case. The moment he joined Shinde faction,